to episode 11 of our coverage of the National Ball Hockey League by MVP TV. I'm Lindsay Maycheck, your host. Excited. We are back in the city of brotherly shove, where the play is fierce and physical, as everyone here watching knows. We got some great quotes from Jason Kelly, but first, I know I can't do this alone, so I need my expert co-host, my friend. Come on, Daniel. Come on and join me. How's it going?
It's going great, and I can't tell you enough how enthused I was to actually call games at the World Ball Hockey Championships, but I can't compare to what you had experienced actually playing there.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. This was my third time at Worlds. For the women's, ultimately, a little bit of a disappointing end. We want to come home with some hardware, so it was a real tough loss that I am sure that I will never get over, of course. But watching the men's win bronze, absolutely unbelievable to cheer them on. And we had a really group of talented, awesome women. And playing on the world stage, it is physical, it is fast, it is just unbelievable. And I think if I'm looking back on this, even 5 minutes after it was over to 50 years in the future, it is a huge honor and a huge deal to represent my country. So ultimately, we didn't meet our ultimate goal, but still an overall just absolutely positive experience. And it was awesome that MVP TV was there as well to cover it and bring the streams.
Absolutely, and I'm happy to say that we actually do have some clips, so let's have a look.
Ahead, USA takes it, sends it right back out. Got a 3-on-1. She's all alone. Number 12 takes the shot. That is Megan F. putting USA on the board. Let's take a look. Great read and pass from Colleen Murphy. Gives it straight to
Schlegel, back to Ruiz. Back and forth. Ruiz on a shot. He scores! Captain Ruiz leads his team to a 3-0 lead on the power play.
Little give and go up here across the top. Schlegel back over to Ruiz. Ruiz is going to give it to Jordan Albright. Get it right back for the one-timer and just blast the goaltender.
Back to the point. Lindy will give a return. Wrist shot. Score! Kelsey Monahan has finally broken the zero, and the Americans strike first.
This play is all about patient setup for Monahan. U.S. She steps towards the middle there. She's looking. She sees it. She just snipes that top corner for the goaltender.
Well, let's go. So both goalies get chosen as the players of the game. What do you think? Back and forth, back behind the goal line, and try to set up a dangerous pass. Shot! They score! Point shot! And Niskanen puts the Americans up 1-0.
So that pass comes back out to Niskanen at the top left point there, and she just fires an absolute bomb directly on net. I think that was through
over to Cunningham. And gets stolen away, but they get it right back. Steve Gregory, he scores! The down close shot, score! Hannah Lindy with that rebound backhand. Bringing her around is Stewart, shot, save, rebound, score! Houston is having quite a day, her second of the game.
So you can see that ball comes in from Monahan down the right side. Picked up by Stewart and just puts it right back to Monahan in the slot. Huey picks up the rebound and just slams it home.
absolute chills watching that there at the end, arms around with the national anthem playing. There is no better feeling, and I can tell you those rinks, very big, probably bigger than what we see here, NHL size, netting all the way around, which proved to be a lot of fun. Everything was live. Just absolutely, absolutely love it. But I could talk about Worlds for the rest of the show, Daniel, as you know. But we got to talk Philly here. So I know that you have a clip that you talked to the man around Eastern Pennsylvania. What do you got for us, Daniel, today?
Yeah, Jason Kelly, who is with the Delco Demons, he normally coaches the women's team for the USA national team. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it this year because of some issues as far as traveling there. But I did ask him about how he felt about the Harrisburg Hustle, because me and Chris always talk about how it seems like they're scoring a lot. Well, he has a different point of view as to why that is. Take a listen.
But I don't think that the Hustle changed their game plan, because if you look at their scoring, for and more against, they really are still that great defensive shutdown team. I think that they just added the right pieces that gave them that offensive boost. To now they're kind of a double threat in the game. They can score a lot, but they can also shut you down.
Great insight from Jason as always. But that's not the only guy we got to hear from today. Bernie's got some bets, and let's take a look at who he's picking.
All right, you degenerates, welcome back to Bernie's Best Bets, and we're back in Philly. And I'm starting to think that they're just broadcasting these games from Philadelphia because I'm so good at picking the results. And we have 3 games to look at, so let's get started. Our first matchup, the 3-1-2 Demons versus the 1-0-2-2 Kingsmen. If you're just looking at the records of these two teams, and you're deciding, hey, the Demons have this, you haven't been watching the games. The Kingsmen are way better than their record. Tomlin put together a crazy good team, and they play better and better each game. Herman with the game winner and a 3-1 victory for the Kingsmen. Next, the 4-0-1-1 Hustle versus the 1-2-2 Heat. Now, the Heat won in a shootout, which I absolutely hate. Let's play this game for an hour, and then if we can't find a winner, let's play a completely different game. So that game didn't count. It doesn't make sense. Now, that's hockey for you. But I say Albright's going to have a big game. Look for him to turn it on. 2 goals and possibly the game winner. 4-2 win for the Hustle. And lastly, the Hustle again versus the Kingsmen. Remember what I just said about the Kingsmen getting better and better each game? It doesn't apply for this one, all right? So Corey Powders with the game winner in a close game. Hustle by 2 with an empty netter. That's it for me. Happy betting.
Oh, man, coming in hot, Bernie, with the shootout takes. I personally love it. Let it be decided by skill, just in the regular season, though, of course. But, Daniel, we got to jump right into our matchups here. We're going to break it down. Bernie, said Hustle versus Heat here. He had his pick. Daniel, who you taking?
I am leaning towards the Hustle as well. I mean, this is a Philadelphia Finals rematch, as we've been anticipating. But the Hustle have gotten significantly better this season. And as Jason Kelly said, it's more about who they added onto the team rather than how they changed their strategy. We talk about Larry Boone, who has 4 goals, 2 assists to his credit. You got Justin Booley, who has 4 goals, 1 assist. And we also have Brendan Keller with 4 goals, 3 assists. So there's plenty to add down the line. And, of course, let's not forget about the goaltending of Bryce Erb. He's only had 3 goals scored against him. But the only way for the Heat to beat Bryce Erb is what we've been saying in the previous broadcast that we were here in Philadelphia, is to make him commit. Make him go to one side to create that opening. He is one of the toughest goalies to go around. And this is something that they really need to get going, because right now they're sitting down in the middle and they need a boost to get them a higher seating in the standings.
Yeah, and nothing like a big win to get that boost moving on. So next up in our matchup, we have Demons versus Kingsmen. Interesting records here. What are you thinking, Daniel, with this matchup?
And just as Bernie said, the record doesn't tell the whole story as far as the Kingsmen. I know that they have talent in there, and I have seen them play competitively to quite a few teams here in this division. They definitely have it. Brendan Herman with 4 goals, and of course, you go down the list. There is plenty of depth scoring. Also look for Will Hughes, who has a goal and 2 assists. He has 3 points to his credit. And of course, I've been talking about how Joe Pierre has really improved his game. He has only allowed 4 goals all season long. And of course, he's paired up with Anthony Buscaldo, who also has only let 4 goals in. So this team can make it. And I think the Demons are a good test of how they've progressed so far. But they will have to go up against Dylan Fight with 5 goals, 2 assists. You have Kenny Keene, who has 2 goals, 5 assists as well. Both of them 7 points. Now, unlike the goaltending of the Hustle, I think that they'll have a better time with the Demons goaltending. Now, Jason Kelly has been telling me how Nick Sack has really been fitting in with the team, but I want to see if he can step it up a notch to try to make sure that they at least secure that number 2 spot and show that they are really in the running up against the Hustle.
And we shall see soon. The first face-off in these matchups are coming up at 11 a.m. Daniel and his partner, Chris Blair, his broadcast partner, are going to be on that call, but those broadcasts start at 11 a.m. Our last matchup, though, of the day, Daniel, Hustle versus Kingsman. Who are you taking?
As much as I would like to go with the Kingsmen here, I do think the Hustle are just going to be a little bit too overpowering for the Del Valle Kingsmen. For the reasons that I have mentioned earlier, that they have just been throwing shots on net, shot after shot, and the Kingsmen, as much as I've been saying how good, how better the goaltending has been, I don't think it's going to hold up against it. But that's not to say that they're not capable of it, because they have improved. If they're just looking for any kind of luck that can give them that push to really make them that much of a competitive team. I do have them as a sleeper candidate, so we'll just have to wait and see. But for now, I would put my bet on the Hustle on this one.
All right, Hustle, Daniel's pick. We got to thank Matt Strubbuck for giving us those awesome graphics and for the highlight videos. Always does such an amazing job. But for Daniel and for everybody here at MVP TV, enjoy the show today. Well, I was going to say enjoy the show. You already watched the show. You got to enjoy the games today. Puck drop, ball drop is at 11 a.m. Eastern. So for everybody here on the team, happy ball hockey, everybody, and we'll see you next week.
The National Ball Hockey League, NBHL. First of all, the skill level, unreal.
Welcome to episode 11 of our coverage of the National Ball Hockey League by MVP TV. I'm Lindsay Maycheck, your host. Excited. We are back in the city of brotherly shove, where the play is fierce and physical, as everyone here watching knows. We got some great quotes from Jason Kelly, but first, I know I can't do this alone, so I need my expert co-host, my friend. Come on, Daniel. Come on and join me. How's it going?
It's going great, and I can't tell you enough how enthused I was to actually call games at the World Ball Hockey Championships, but I can't compare to what you had experienced actually playing there.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. This was my 3rd time at Worlds. For the women's, ultimately a little bit of a disappointing end. We want to come home with some hardware, so it was a real tough loss that I am sure that I will never get over, of course. But watching the men's win bronze, I mean, absolutely unbelievable to cheer them on. And we had a really group of talented, awesome women. And I mean, playing on the world stage, it is physical, it is fast, it is just unbelievable. And I think if I'm looking back on this, even 5 minutes after it was over to 50 years in the future. I mean, it is a huge honor and a huge deal to represent my country. So ultimately, we didn't meet our ultimate goal, but still an overall just absolutely positive experience. And it was awesome that MVP TV was there as well to cover it and bring the streams.
Absolutely, and I'm happy to say that we actually do have some clips, so let's have a look.
Ahead, USA takes it, sends it right back out. Got a 3-on-1. She's all alone. Number 12 takes the shot. That is Megan F. putting USA on the board. Let's take a look. Great read and pass from Colleen Murphy. Gets it straight to Megan.
Schlegel, back to Ruiz. Back and forth. Ruiz on a shot. He scores! Captain Ruiz leads his team to a 3-0 lead on the power play.
Little give and go up here across the top. Schlegel back over to Ruiz. Ruiz is going to give it to Jordan Albright. Get it right back for the one-timer and just blast the goaltender.
Back to the point. Lindy will give a return. Wrist shot. Score! Kelsey Monahan has finally broken the zero, and the Americans strike first.
This play is all about patient setup for Monahan. U.S. She steps towards the middle there. She's looking. She sees it. She just snipes that top corner for the goaltender.
Well, let's go. So both goalies get chosen as the players of the game. What do you think? Back and forth, back behind the goal line, and try to set her up a dangerous pass. Shot! They score! Point shot! And Niskanen puts the Americans up 1-0.
So that pass comes back out to Niskanen at the top left point there, and she just fires an absolute bomb directly on net. I think that was through a
Over
screen.
to Cunningham. And gets stolen away, but they get it right back. Steve Gregory, he scores! The down close shot, score! Hannah Lindy with that rebound backhand. Bringing it around is Stewart, shot, save, rebound, score! Houston is having quite a day, her second of the game.
So you can see that ball comes in from Monahan down the right side. Picked up by Stewart and just puts it right back to Monahan in the slot. Huey picks up the rebound and just slams it home.
Absolute chills watching that there at the end, arms around with the national anthem playing. There is no better feeling, and I can tell you those rinks, very big, probably bigger than what we see here, NHL size, netting all the way around, which proved to be a lot of fun. Everything was live. Just absolutely, absolutely love it. But I could talk about Worlds for the rest of the show, Daniel, as you know. But we got to talk Philly here. So I know that you have a clip that you talked to the man around Eastern Pennsylvania. What do you got for us, Daniel, today?
Yeah, Jason Kelly, who is with the Delco Demons, he normally coaches the women's team for the USA national team. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it this year because of some issues as far as traveling there. But I did ask him about how he felt about the Harrisburg Hustle, because me and Chris always talk about how it seems like they're scoring a lot. Well, he has a different point of view as to why that is. Take a listen.
But I don't think that the Hustle changed their game plan, because if you look at their scoring, for and more against, they really are still that great defensive shutdown team. I think that they just added the right pieces that gave them that offensive boost. To now they're kind of a double threat in the game. They can score a lot, but they can also shut you down.
Great insight from Jason as always. But that's not the only guy we got to hear from today. Bernie's got some bets, and let's take a look at who he's picking.
All right, you degenerates, welcome back to Bernie's Best Bets, and we're back in Philly. And I'm starting to think that they're just broadcasting these games from Philadelphia, because I'm so good at picking the results. And we have 3 games to look at, so let's get started. Our first matchup, the 3-1-2 Demons versus the 1-0-2 and 2 Kingsmen. If you're just looking at the records of these two teams, and you're deciding, hey, the Demons have this, you haven't been watching the games. The Kingsmen are way better than their record. Tomlin put together a crazy good team, and they play better and better each game. Herman with the game winner and a 3-1 victory for the Kingsmen. Next, the 4-0-1-1 Hustle versus the 1-2-2 Heat. Now, the Heat won in a shootout, which I absolutely hate. Let's play this game for an hour, and then if we can't find a winner, let's play a completely different game. So that game didn't count. It doesn't make sense. Now, that's hockey for you. But I say Albright's going to have a big game. Look for him to turn it on. 2 goals and possibly the game winner. 4-2 win for the Hustle. And lastly, the Hustle again versus the Kingsmen. Remember what I just said about the Kingsmen getting better and better each game? It doesn't apply for this one, all right? So Corey Powders with the game winner in a close game. Hustle by 2 with an empty netter. That's it for me. Happy betting.
Oh, man. Coming in hot, Bernie, with the shootout takes. I personally love it. Let it be decided by skill. Just in the regular season, though, of course. But, Daniel, we got to jump right into our matchups here. We're going to break it down. Bernie, said Hustle versus Heat here. He had his pick. Daniel, who you taking?
I am leaning towards the Hustle as well. I mean, this is a Philadelphia Finals rematch, as we've been anticipating. But the Hustle have gotten significantly better this season. And as Jason Kelly said, it's more about who they added onto the team rather than how they changed their strategy. We talk about Larry Boone, who has 4 goals, 2 assists to his credit. You got Justin Booley, who has 4 goals, 1 assist. And we also have Brendan Keller with 4 goals, 3 assists. So there's plenty to add down the line. And, of course, let's not forget about the goaltending of Bryce Erb. He's only had 3 goals scored against him. But the only way for the Heat to beat Bryce Erb is what we've been saying in the previous broadcast that we were here in Philadelphia, is to make him commit. Make him go to one side to create that opening. He is one of the toughest goalies to go around. And this is something that they really need to get going, because right now they're sitting down in the middle and they need a boost to get them a higher seating in the standings.
Yeah, and nothing like a big win to get that boost moving on. So next up in our matchup, we have Demons versus Kingsmen. Interesting records here. What are you thinking, Daniel, with this matchup?
And just as Bernie said, the record doesn't tell the whole story as far as the Kingsmen. I know that they have talent in there, and I have seen them play competitively to quite a few teams here in this division. They definitely have it. Brendan Herman with 4 goals, and of course, you go down the list. There is plenty of depth scoring. Also look for Will Hughes, who has a goal and 2 assists. He has 3 points to his credit. And of course, I've been talking about how Joe Pierre has really improved his game. He has only allowed 4 goals all season long. And of course, he's paired up with Anthony Muscado, who also has only let 4 goals in. So this team can make it. And I think the Demons are a good test of how they've progressed so far. But they will have to go up against Dylan Fight with 5 goals, 2 assists. You have Kenny Keene, who has 2 goals, 5 assists as well. Both of them 7 points. Now, unlike the goaltending of the Hustle, I think that they'll have a better time with the Demons goaltending. Now, Jason Kelly has been telling me how Nick Sack has really been fitting in with the team. But I want to see if he can step it up a notch to try to make sure that they at least secure that number 2 spot and show that they are really in the running up against the Hustle.
and we shall see soon. The first face-off in these matchups are coming up at 11 a.m. Daniel and his partner, Chris Blair, his broadcast partner, are going to be on that call, but those broadcasts start at 11 a.m. Our last matchup, though, of the day, Daniel, Hustle versus Kingsman. Who are you taking?
As much as I would like to go with the Kingsmen here, I do think the Hustle are just going to be a little bit too overpowering for the Del Valle Kingsmen. For the reasons that I have mentioned earlier, that they have just been throwing shots on net, shot after shot, and the Kingsmen, as much as I've been saying how good, how better the goaltending has been, I don't think it's going to hold up against it. But that's not to say that they're not capable of it, because they have improved. If they're just looking for any kind of luck that can give them that push to really make them that much of a competitive team. I do have them as a sleeper candidate, so we'll just have to wait and see. But for now, I would put my bet on the Hustle on this one.
All right, Hustle, Daniel's pick. We got to thank Matt Strubbuck for giving us those awesome graphics and for the highlight videos. Always does such an amazing job. But for Daniel and for everybody here at MVP TV, enjoy the show today. Well, I was going to say enjoy the show. You already watched the show. You got to enjoy the games today. Puck drop, ball drop is at 11 a.m. Eastern. So for everybody here on the team, happy ball hockey, everybody, and we'll see you next week.
The National Ball Hockey League, NBHL. First of all, the skill level, unreal.
Welcome to episode 11 of our coverage of the National Ball Hockey League by MVP TV. I'm Lindsay Maycheck, your host. Excited. We are back in the city of brotherly shove, where the play is fierce and physical, as everyone here watching knows. We got some great quotes from Jason Kelly, but first, I know I can't do this alone, so I need my expert co-host, my friend. Come on, Daniel. Come on and join me. How's it going?
It's going great, and I can't tell you enough how enthused I was to actually call games at the World Ball Hockey Championships, but I can't compare to what you had experienced actually playing there.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. This was my third time at Worlds. For the women's, ultimately a little bit of a disappointing end. We want to come home with some hardware, so it was a real tough loss that I am sure that I will never get over, of course. But watching the men's win bronze, I mean, absolutely unbelievable to cheer them on. And we had a really group of talented, awesome women. And I mean, playing on the world stage, it is physical, it is fast, it is just unbelievable. And I think if I'm looking back on this, even 5 minutes after it was over to 50 years in the future, I mean, it is a huge honor and a huge deal to represent my country. So ultimately, we didn't meet our ultimate goal, but still an overall just absolutely positive experience. And it was awesome that MVP TV was there as well to cover it and bring the streams.
Absolutely, and I'm happy to say that we actually do have some clips, so let's have a look.
Ahead, USA takes it, sends it right back out. Got a 3-on-1. She's all alone. Number 12 takes the shot. That is Megan F. putting USA on the board. Take a look. Great read and pass from Colleen Murphy. Gives it straight to
To
Megan.
Schlegel, back to Ruiz, back and forth. Ruiz on a shot, he scores! Captain Ruiz leads his team to a 3-0 lead on the power play.
Little give and go up here across the top. Schlegel back over to Ruiz. Ruiz is going to give it to Jordan Albright. Get it right back for the one-timer. and just blast the goaltender.
Go back to the point. Lindy will give a return. Wrist shot, score! Chelsea Monahan has finally broken the zero, and the Americans strike first.
This play is all about patient setup for Monahan. U.S. She steps towards the middle there. She's looking. She sees it. She just snipes that top corner for the goaltender.
Well, let's go. So both goalies get chosen as the players of the game. What do you think? Back and forth, back behind the goal line, and try to set up a dangerous pass. Shot! They score! Point shot! And Niskanen puts the Americans up 1-0.
So that pass comes back out to Niskanen at the top left point there, and she just fires an absolute bomb directly on net. I think that was through a
Over
screen.
to Cunningham. And gets stolen away, but they get it right back. Steve Gregory, he scores! The down close shot, score! Hannah Lindy with that rebound backhand. Bringing her around is Stewart, shot, save, rebound, score! Houston is having quite a day, her second of the game.
So you can see that ball comes in from Monahan down the right side. Picked up by Stewart and just puts it right back to Monahan in the slot. Huey picks up the rebound and just slams it home.
Absolute chills watching that there at the end, arms around with the national anthem playing. There is no better feeling, and I can tell you those rinks, very big, probably bigger than what we see here, NHL size, netting all the way around, which proved to be a lot of fun. Everything was live. Just absolutely love it. But I could talk about Worlds for the rest of the show, Daniel, as you know. But we got to talk Philly here. So I know that you have a clip that you talked to the man around Eastern Pennsylvania. What do you got for us, Daniel, today?
Yeah, Jason Kelly, who is with the Delco Demons, he normally coaches the women's team for the USA national team. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it this year because of some issues as far as traveling there. But I did ask him about how he felt about the Harrisburg Hustle, because me and Chris always talk about how it seems like they're scoring a lot. Well, he has a different point of view as to why that is. Take a listen.
But I don't think that the Hustle changed their game plan, because if you look at their scoring, for and more against, they really are still that great defensive shutdown team. I think that they just added the right pieces that gave them that offensive boost. To now they're kind of a double threat in the game. They can score a lot, but they can also shut you down.
Great insight from Jason as always. But that's not the only guy we got to hear from today. Bernie's got some bets, and let's take a look at who he's picking.
All right, you degenerates, welcome back to Bernie's Best Bets, and we're back in Philly. And I'm starting to think that they're just broadcasting these games from Philadelphia, because I'm so good at picking the results. And we have 3 games to look at, so let's get started. Our first matchup, the 3-1-2 Demons versus the 1-0-2-2 Kingsmen. If you're just looking at the records of these two teams, and you're deciding, hey, the Demons have this, you haven't been watching the games. The Kingsmen are way better than their record. Tomlin put together a crazy good team, and they play better and better each game. Herman with the game winner and a 3-1 victory for the Kingsmen. Next, the 4-0-1-1 Hustle versus the 1-2-2 Heat. Now, the Heat won in a shootout which I absolutely hate. Let's play this game for an hour, and then if we can't find a winner, let's play a completely different game. So that game didn't count. It doesn't make sense. Now, that's hockey for you. But I say Albright's going to have a big game. Look for him to turn it on. 2 goals and possibly the game winner. 4-2 win for the Hustle. And lastly, the Hustle again versus the Kingsmen. Remember what I just said about the Kingsmen getting better and better each game? It doesn't apply for this one, all right? So Corey Powders with the game winner in a close game. Hustle by 2 with an empty netter. That's it for me. Happy betting.
Oh man, coming in hot, Bernie, with the shootout takes. I personally love it. Let it be decided by skill, just in the regular season though, of course. But Daniel, we got to jump right into our matchups here. We're going to break it down. Bernie, said Hustle versus Heat here. He had his pick. Daniel, who you taking?
I am leaning towards the Hustle as well. I mean, this is a Philadelphia Finals rematch, as we've been anticipating. But the Hustle have gotten significantly better this season. And as Jason Kelly said, it's more about who they added onto the team rather than how they changed their strategy. We talk about Larry Boone, who has 4 goals, 2 assists to his credit. You got Justin Booley, who has 4 goals, 1 assist. And we also have Brendan Keller with 4 goals, 3 assists. So there's plenty to add down the line. And of course, let's not forget about the goaltending of Bryce Erb. He's only had 3 goals scored against him. But the only way for the Heat to beat Bryce Erb is what we've been saying in the previous broadcast that we were here in Philadelphia, is to make him commit. Make him go to one side to create that opening. He is one of the toughest goalies to go around. And this is something that they really need to get going, because right now they're sitting down in the middle and they need a boost to get them a higher seating in the standings.
Yeah, and nothing like a big win to get that boost moving on. So next up in our matchup, we have Demons versus Kingsmen. Interesting records here. What are you thinking, Daniel, with this matchup?
And just as Bernie said, the record doesn't tell the whole story as far as the Kingsmen. I know that they have talent in there, and I have seen them play competitively to quite a few teams here in this division. They definitely have it. Brendan Herman with 4 goals, and of course, you go down the list. There is plenty of depth scoring. Also look for Will Hughes, who has a goal and 2 assists. He has 3 points to his credit. And of course, I've been talking about how Joe Pierre has really improved his game. He has only allowed 4 goals all season long. And of course, he's paired up with Anthony Buscaldo, who also has only let 4 goals in. So this team can make it. And I think the Demons are a good test of how they've progressed so far. But they will have to go up against Dylan Fight with 5 goals, 2 assists. You have Kenny Keene, who has 2 goals, 5 assists as well. Both of them 7 points. Now, unlike the goaltending of the Hustle, I think that they'll have a better time with the Demons goaltending. Now, Jason Kelly has been telling me how Nick Sack has really been fitting in with the team, but I want to see if he can step it up a notch to try to make sure that they at least secure that number 2 spot and show that they are really in the running up against the Hustle.
And we shall see soon. The first face-off in these matchups are coming up at 11 a.m. Daniel and his partner, Chris Blair, his broadcast partner, are going to be on that call, but those broadcasts start at 11 a.m. Our last matchup, though, of the day, Daniel, Hustle versus Kingsmen. Who are you taking?
As much as I would like to go with the Kingsmen here, I do think the Hustle are just going to be a little bit too overpowering for the Del Valle Kingsmen. For the reasons that I have mentioned earlier, that they have just been throwing shots on net, shot after shot. And the Kingsmen, as much as I've been saying how good, how better the goaltending has been, I don't think it's going to hold up against it. But that's not to say that they're not capable of it, because they have improved. If they're just looking for any kind of luck that can give them that push to really make them that much of a competitive team. I do have them as a sleeper candidate, so we'll just have to wait and see. But for now, I would put my bet on the Hustle on this one.
All right, Hustle, Daniel's pick. We got to thank Matt Strubbuck for giving us those awesome graphics and for the highlight videos. Always does such an amazing job. But for Daniel and for everybody here at MVP TV, enjoy the show today. Well, I was going to say enjoy the show. You already watched the show. You got to enjoy the games today. Puck drop, ball drop is at 11 a.m. Eastern. So for everybody here on the team, happy ball hockey, everybody, and we'll see you next week.
The National Ball Hockey League, NBHL. First of all, the skill level, unreal.
Welcome to episode 11 of our coverage of the National Ball Hockey League by MVP TV. I'm Lindsay Maycheck, your host. Excited. We are back in the city of brotherly shove, where the play is fierce and physical, as everyone here watching knows. We got some great quotes from Jason Kelly, but first, I know I can't do this alone, so I need my expert co-host, my friend. Come on, Daniel. Come on and join me. How's it going?
It's going great, and I can't tell you enough how enthused I was to actually call games at the World Ball Hockey Championships, but I can't compare to what you had experienced actually playing there.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. This was my third time at Worlds. For the women's, ultimately, a little bit of a disappointing end. We want to come home with some hardware, so it was a real tough loss that I am sure that I will never get over, of course. But watching the men's win bronze, I mean, absolutely unbelievable to cheer them on. And we had a really group of talented, awesome women. And I mean, playing on the world stage, it is physical, it is fast, it is just unbelievable. And I think if I'm looking back on this, even 5 minutes after it was over to 50 years in the future, I mean, it is a huge honor and a huge deal to represent my country. So ultimately, we didn't meet our ultimate goal, but still an overall just absolutely positive experience. And it was awesome that MVP TV was there as well to cover it and bring the streams.
Absolutely, and I'm happy to say that we actually do have some clips, so let's have a look.
Ahead, USA takes it, sends it right back out. Got a 3-on-1. She's all alone. Number 12 takes the shot. That is Megan F. putting USA on the board. Take a look. Great read and pass from Colleen Murphy. Gets it straight to Megan.
Schlegel, back to Ruiz, back and forth. Ruiz on a shot, he scores! Captain Ruiz leads his team to a 3-0 lead on the power play.
Little give and go up here across the top. Schlegel back over to Ruiz. Ruiz is going to give it to Jordan Albright. Get it right back for the one-timer and just blast the goaltender.
Back to the point. Lindy will give a return. Wrist shot, score! Kelsey Monahan has finally broken the zero, and the Americans strike first.
This play is all about patient setup for Monahan. U.S. She steps towards the middle there. She's looking, she sees it. She just snipes that top corner for the goaltender.
Well, let's go. So both goalies get chosen as the players of the game. What do you think? Back and forth, back behind the goal line, and try to set her up a dangerous pass. Shot, they score! Point shot, and Niskanen puts the Americans up 1-0.
So that pass comes back out to Niskanen at the top left point there, and she just fires an absolute bomb directly on net. I think that was through a
Over
screen.
to Cunningham. And gets stolen away, but they get it right back. Steve Gregory, he scores! The down close shot, score! Hannah Lindy with that rebound backhand. Bringing it around is Stewart, shot, save, rebound, score! Houston is having quite a day, her second of the game.
So you can see that ball comes in from Monahan down the right side. Picked up by Stewart, who just puts it right back to Monahan in the slot. Huey picks up the rebound and just slams it home.
Absolute chills watching that there at the end, arms around with the national anthem playing. There is no better feeling, and I can tell you those rinks, very big, probably bigger than what we see here, NHL size, netting all the way around, which proved to be a lot of fun. Everything was live. Just absolutely love it. But I could talk about Worlds for the rest of the show, Daniel, as you know. But we got to talk Philly here. So I know that you have a clip that you talked to the man around Eastern Pennsylvania. What do you got for us, Daniel, today?
Yeah, Jason Kelly, who is with the Delco Demons, he normally coaches the women's team for the USA national team. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it this year because of some issues as far as traveling there. But I did ask him about how he felt about the Harrisburg Hustle, because me and Chris always talk about how it seems like they're scoring a lot. Well, he has a different point of view as to why that is. Take a listen.
But I don't think that the Hustle changed their game plan, because if you look at their scoring, for and more against, they really are still that great defensive shutdown team. I think that they just added the right pieces that gave them that offensive boost. To now they're kind of a double threat in the game. They can score a lot, but they can also shut you down.
Great insight from Jason as always. But that's not the only guy we got to hear from today. Bernie's got some bets, and let's take a look at who he's picking.
All right, you degenerates, welcome back to Bernie's Best Bets, and we're back in Philly. And I'm starting to think that they're just broadcasting these games from Philadelphia, because I'm so good at picking the results. And we have 3 games to look at, so let's get started. Our first matchup, the 3-1-2 Demons versus the 1-0-2-2 Kingsmen. If you're just looking at the records of these two teams, and you're deciding, hey, the Demons have this, you haven't been watching the games. The Kingsmen are way better than their record. Tomlin put together a crazy good team, and they play better and better each game. Herman with the game winner and a 3-1 victory for the Kingsmen. Next, the 4-0-1-1 Hustle versus the 1-2-2 Heat. Now, the Heat won in a shootout, which I absolutely hate. Let's play this game for an hour, and then if we can't find a winner, let's play a completely different game. So that game didn't count. It doesn't make sense. Now, that's hockey for you. But I say Albright's going to have a big game. Look for him to turn it on. 2 goals and possibly the game winner. 4-2 win for the Hustle. And lastly, the Hustle again versus the Kingsmen. Remember what I just said about the Kingsmen getting better and better each game? It doesn't apply for this one, all right? So Corey Powders with the game winner in a close game. Hustle by 2 with an empty netter. That's it for me. Happy betting.
Oh, man, coming in hot, Bernie, with the shootout takes. I personally love it. Let it be decided by skill, just in the regular season, though, of course. But, Daniel, we got to jump right into our matchups here. We're going to break it down. Bernie, said Hustle versus Heat here. He had his pick. Daniel, who you taking?
I am leaning towards the Hustle as well. I mean, this is a Philadelphia Finals rematch, as we've been anticipating, but the Hustle have gotten significantly better this season, and as Jason Kelly said, it's more about who they added onto the team rather than how they changed their strategy. We talk about Larry Boone, who has 4 goals, 2 assists to his credit. You got Justin Booley, who has 4 goals, 1 assist. And we also have Brendan Keller with 4 goals, 3 assists. So there's plenty to add down the line. And of course, let's not forget about the goaltending of Bryce Erb. He's only had 3 goals scored against him, but the only way for the Heat to beat Bryce Erb is what we've been saying in the previous broadcast that we were here in Philadelphia, is to make him commit, make him go to one side to create that opening. He is one of the toughest goalies to go around, and this is something that they really need to get going, because right now they're sitting down in the middle and they need a boost to get them a higher seating in the standings.
Yeah, and nothing like a big win to get that boost moving on. So next up in our matchup, we have Demons versus Kingsmen. Interesting records here. What are you thinking, Daniel, with this matchup?
And just as Bernie said, the record doesn't tell the whole story as far as the Kingsmen. I know that they have talent in there, and I have seen them play competitively to quite a few teams here in this division. They definitely have it. Brendan Herman with 4 goals, and of course, you go down the list. There is plenty of depth scoring. Also look for Will Hughes, who has a goal and 2 assists. He has 3 points to his credit. And of course, I've been talking about how Joe Pierre has really improved his game. He has only allowed 4 goals all season long. And of course, he's paired up with Anthony Fuscaldo, who also has only let 4 goals in. So this team can make it. And I think the Demons are a good test of how they've progressed so far. But they will have to go up against Dylan Fight with 5 goals, 2 assists. You have Kenny Keene, who has 2 goals, 5 assists as well, both of them 7 points. Now, unlike the goaltending of the Hustle, I think that they'll have a better time with the Demons goaltending. Now, Jason Kelly has been telling me how Nick Sack has really been fitting in with the team, but I want to see if he can step it up a notch to try to make sure that they at least secure that number 2 spot and show that they are really in the running up against the Hustle.
And we shall see soon. The first face-off in these matchups are coming up at 11 a.m. Daniel and his partner, Chris Blair, his broadcast partner, are going to be on that call, but those broadcasts start at 11 a.m. Our last matchup, though, of the day, Daniel, Hustle versus Kingsmen. And who are you taking?
As much as I would like to go with the Kingsmen here, I do think the Hustle are just going to be a little bit too overpowering for the Del Valle Kingsmen. For the reasons that I have mentioned earlier, that they have just been throwing shots on net, shot after shot. And the Kingsmen, as much as I've been saying how good, how better the goaltending has been, I don't think it's going to hold up against it. But that's not to say that they're not capable of it, because they have improved. If they're just looking for any kind of luck that can give them that push to really make them that much of a competitive team. I do have them as a sleeper candidate, so we'll just have to wait and see. But for now, I would put my bet on the Hustle on this one.
All right, Hustle, Daniel's pick. We got to thank Matt Strubbuck for giving us those awesome graphics and for the highlight videos. Always does such an amazing job. But for Daniel and for everybody here at MVP TV, enjoy the show today. Well, I was going to say enjoy the show. You already watched the show. You got to enjoy the games today. Puck drop, ball drop is at 11 a.m. Eastern. So for everybody here on the team, happy ball hockey, everybody, and we'll see you next week.
Good day, hockey fans. Chris Blair with Daniel Wilson, here with the NBHL and MVP TV. We'd like to start things off, though, with a little bit of a somber note. the ball hockey and street hockey world lost a legend recently. Our condolences go out to the Taylor families. Brad Taylor did pass. Anyone who knows the South Florida Street Hockey League, he was a legend there, a personal idol to our Joey Delgado, and he was a fixture of South Florida hockey. He was just an incredible man, an incredible player. Was a big part of developing ball hockey in the 90s. So our hearts go out to his South Florida hockey family and obviously his brother Ross and everyone else involved. So quick moment of silence here for Brad Taylor. And with that being said, here we are, NBHL Philadelphia Tier 2 action. Chris Blair, Daniel Wilson. Daniel, we start the first of our triple header off, Harrisburg Hustle and Philadelphia Heat. And this isn't the first time they've met today. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, they actually played earlier today at 9 o'clock a.m., and this was a really great matchup. And the Heat end up taking it to overtime and win over the Hustle 2-1 with a game winner by Jason Rezniak. So that is going to make things really interesting in their second matchup for today. The Heat currently in third place. They're trying to climb up. They're chasing the Demons right now for the number 2 spot. However, the Hustle, they're still in the lead right now for the time being, but the power rankings have thought something a little bit different is going on, as they were number 2 last month. They've dropped to number 8. They've lost 6 spots. But we could discuss about whether that's because we're starting to see weaknesses with them, or if we're starting to see the California teams really rank up, because Bay Area Burger Boys had joined the rankings. The Las Vegas Shiners had a perfect season up to this point. So it could really be either way. But with this loss to the Heat, things can really now open up in the Philadelphia division. So they're not infallible. But the question is this a trend?
Yeah, it's going to be very curious to see what we're going to see here in this first of our triple header. So we've got 3 games for you on the slate today, and don't forget to check us out tomorrow, because we're going to be covering the women's tier for the first time here on MVP TV. So check us out tomorrow morning here on twitch.tv/NBHLofficial. Don't forget, you can find us on our Roku channel, Ball Hockey by MVP, as well. But for now, we are getting ready to get underway here. The rematch of the Hustle and Heat this morning. They're setting ready to go at it again. And yeah, when we tuned in, we were surprised to see it was midway through the second period and it was scoreless. Then the Heat actually took the lead, Hustle tying it up in the third period, and the Philadelphia Heat winning that one in overtime. So the Hustle, none too pleased with that, I'm sure. It's their second overtime loss of the season. They came into action today with a goal differential of 27-4-16 against, of course, Bryce Erb in net for them, along with Robin Rainier, but Erb only given up 3 goals leading into today. And just like that, we're underway, and a quick icing, I believe. And this one's going to come all the way back.
Yeah. And now you can make it 5 goals against with the 2 goals against him from the Heat. So, like I said, this is about trying to make Bryce Erb commit.
You guys were perfect last game. Are you kidding me?
They win the draw and take a quick shot on net. Held back at the line. So that went right into the middle. Sent back for Rodney Stahl III. They have behind the net. Chased after by Dan Bear Jr. Bear Jr. has it, gets that one in front. That one just trickling through the feet of Grivnovics and covered up.
An interesting thing to mention is that Danny Bear, the senior, number 1, got his first NBHL point earlier today. He got an assist on the first Heat goal from game number 1 today. So he may be a sleeper in there as far as the offense. Keep an eye on him.
Draw won by the Hustle as Harrisburg trying to get out of their own zone here early on in this game. Bouncing back and forth in the neutral zone, and the Heat have it again. A lot of pressure. Takes a shot from the high slot. That one just going wide. Behind the cage. Jumping into the slot was Doug Perks, but he couldn't get to it. They still have it, though. Now the Hustle trying to break out, and good job by Stahl to keep it in. Down into the left corner. Early goings here, and it's really been all Heat. Oh, and looks like we had a delayed call. And this one's going against the Hustle. So what a perfect start for the Heat.
The call is a hold. Let's see if we can catch what it was. Yeah, look down toward the slot. Yeah, it's a little bit difficult to see with the netting, but it is there. But the Heat have been in full control of this first period. And I'm starting to wonder, have they really stepped up their game going into the third meeting?
I mean, it's certainly looking like it. See, there's Matt Grivnovics directing traffic in the face-off circle. But yeah, they've been all over the Hustle to begin. Harrisburg does win that face-off, though, and they get it deep, which is good for them. 8:25 left to go here in a scoreless first period. 50 seconds on the power play for the Heat. Stopped up at the blue line. Good defense there. Bear Jr. has to send it back, and this one goes all the way back in again. And, you know, that's the problem with these 1 minute penalties. It only takes a couple clears, and next thing you know, it's over. So you really need to take advantage of your opportunities. Now this one down behind the net. And the Heat finally gain control, and they set up in the zone. Back to Perks at the point. Kicks it down to the circle. Looking for it. Tries to send that one back to Perks. Down onto the right side. Not seeing much in terms of shooting lanes. Heat in possession, but can't get anything through. Bouncing around in front there. And the Hustle have it. Keith Sienna gets it out, and that's it. The penalty's over. Really strong, confident kill, so the Hustle looking to gain some momentum off of that, but the Heat still control. That one just rolling off of Bear Jr.'s stick. Hustle possibly with their first opportunity of the game. They have it at the goal line. Sent that one on net, and Cook was right there. Couldn't get a stick on it. David Gray flips that one up and out, but the Hustle have it again. Now coming out on the attack. Tries to go, makes a move. Good idea, but couldn't get anything from it. There's Danny Bear, the senior. Ooh, feet taken out from under him. No call, that one goes wide. 6:42 left to go. Right in front, takes the shot, that big stop. Best opportunity of the game for the Hustle. And another player goes down with no call. Back over to Stahl. He has a little bit of space, and so he's going to send it in. Bounce that one off the end wall. Couple decent looks there by the Hustle, but so far this one's really been all Heat. 6:10 here in a scoreless first. Chris O'Brien sent that one. It went the length, but someone touched it, so no icing, and we play on. Back in the feet for Cook. Possible chance for a 2-on-2. They'll just opt to send it deep and get a change behind the play. Cook sends his stick out, but can't control it. O'Brien's going to settle it behind his net and swing that one around the boards. Nice little pinch there, see if they can generate something off of it. Frank Pizik flips that one, tries to go backhander, blocked. Now at the top of the circle, that one goes just wide of the net. Pizik trying to make something happen there, but good defensive work by the Heat, and they flip that one forward. And here comes Bear. Sliding. Not sure what happened there, a little bit of a stumble, but they keep it up. And we got another penalty. This one's going against Philadelphia.
Yeah, there was a couple of calls that could have gone either way, as we see Matt Cook going to his bench. Let's see who's the one that's guilty for the Heat. Bill Yoakum.
I think.
Oh, no, it's Stahl.
I think there's actually two. Yeah, I think both players are getting them. Yeah. So this is going to be some 4-on-4 here with 5:06 of the first. I think it was matching roughing minors. I think they took Cook and Stahl. So we'll have some 4-on-4 action, as the official says. We'll do it again. Draw one and shot on by the Hustle. Just under our camera location. Keith Sienna has it on the backhand. Doesn't get some space as defenders converge on him. There's another shot. Sienna's right there. Can't make anything happen. And now getting played out by Marty Overline. Little touch pass up from Perks, who takes a shot from way outside. Not sure that one made it to Herb. Back for Perks again. Nice job using his body to shield that one. From the right point. And that one goes wide, but on the rebound. Good save by Herb. Nice cutback. A little bit of speed here for the Hustle. They send that one in deep. Back to their point location and down again into the corner. That's it for the 4-on-4 here at 4:04 of the first. Corey Powders pressing in on the forecheck, and he gets that one to squeak loose. Tries the spinorama and can't. Sliding shot block fails. Back for Powders, takes a quick shot. Not sure if that one made it on net. He trying to work it out. There's Chris Ballmer there. Wants to keep it in. And they do. Nice job. Back for Powders. Top of the circle, takes a look. Just sends that one off the boards. Was loose for a second there. Grivnovics didn't know what to do. Ballmer. That one goes through everybody and ends up on a Heat stick. Almost an opportunity for a break there for Bear Jr. 3 minutes left to go. Scoreless first period. On the left-hand side. Sliding on his knees. And that one comes across. Quick shot. Good look there and held by Grivnovics.
Yeah, Robin Rainier has had the best chance we've seen all period long. And up to this point, there hasn't been as much action as we had expected out of these two teams. The Heat has had the possession advantage, but so far it's been more tactical. The defense has really been taking up all the lanes. There's just no way to go.
There's a look now! Quick shot and a block. Great opportunity. Heat coming again in waves. On the right-hand side, that one just lost the handle, healed it. Tried to get that one towards Urban, can't. Late stages of the first period, nice little cycle, give and go in front, takes his shot. Held out, Bear Jr. Now behind the net for Rezniak. Trying to work it, there's Matty Cook again. Body's coming in hard along the boards. Hustle try to find some space. There's a shot from outside and held by Grivnovics.
The Heat had an option for a tip-in the slot. Rezniak was sitting on the near side of Herb as they drive the net. See, there's the original shot. Now look who's sitting right there. And this is what I'm talking about. If they can get Herb to commit and get those rebound opportunities, this is where the Heat can take advantage.
Yeah, there was definitely space there, but good job defensively by the Hustle to make sure that that wasn't an option for the Heat. Now coming in again along the left-hand side. More pushing and shoving up against the boards at the hash marks. They get it out, but don't control it. Perks tries to flip that one ahead. Minute 30 left to go here in a scoreless first. Hustle have it. Sienna was open for a second, but he's trying to direct traffic. A little give and go there. Now Stahl with it. Surprisingly casual forecheck there. Would have thought he would have had the opportunity to make a play, but that one through the legs and now cut back! Diving! It's still out! Great play there by Brandon Keller driving the net. Now in the other direction, here's Danny Bear. He gains the zone. Big shot from outside, goes wide. Yoakum can't get to it. That one around. Sienna's going to be the first one on it. Sends that into the middle for Renier. Good stick work by Overline to cause the turnover. Another shot wide of Herb. Last little bit here of the period. Heat trying to make something happen. Takes the shot. That one, big juicy rebound way out in front, but no one was the home. Keller, who's shown some flashes of brilliance so far, but couldn't make anything of it. 15 seconds left to go now in the period. Rezniak takes a shot, and another one missing the net. That's kind of been a trend for them this game. Pressing in the final seconds. Hustle, maybe one chance if they hurry. Takes the shot and a save by Grivnovics, and that'll close out the first period that, honestly, Daniel, was largely the Philadelphia Heat's.
And, you know, even with the Heat having the possession advantage, I feel like that they haven't been at their full potential, and it's mainly because that there's nothing to work with. There hasn't been any quality chances at the net for really either side. I mean, there was one chance for Keller that had Grivnovics go on his back, and I'm a little surprised that they didn't take advantage of that rebound. That ball was sitting about 3 feet from the crease, but this is going to be something I would be interested to hear from both sides. I would think that they want to step up their game, get a little more aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a couple penalties in that first period, and a little bit of physicality, and I started to see some speed, particularly from the Hustle late in that period. But yeah, I think both teams have another level that they can go to in this game, but I wonder how much of that has to do with the fact that this Tier 2 Philly division is one of those more tournament-style divisions where they're playing only once a month and playing multiple games, since we know both of these guys have already played. I wonder if that has something to do with it.
Well, also take into account that both these teams have already faced each other today, so they may just be trying to feel each other out and see if anyone has changed any kind of strategy going into this game. And I'm sure that the Hustle would have already planned something out.
Yeah, you'd think so, but it definitely looks like the Heat have as well, because, I mean, their record does not tell the whole story if they just took down the #1 team in overtime, and they're playing with them pretty much toe-to-toe right now. Here's second period. Bill Zero's up on the board. This one goes back. Facing after it is Larry Boone. He gets to that one first and flips it around. Left-hand side, right at the red line. They gain the zone. Takes a shot that gets blocked. Now behind the net. Hustle still have it, looking to get out to a better start this period than they did last period. But, like you said, Daniel, not a ton of scoring chances. They have it on the right-hand side. And the double team works. 3-on-2 possibility here. Maybe they didn't see it, or maybe they just... Yeah, he just needed to go off for a change, so he just set that one in deep and goes. 1 minute gone here in the second period. Hustle get it down. Shot Big rebound comes right out in front off of Granovics. And is that one going to go for icing? Yeah, I think it is.
It is. And again, everyone's just trying to look for a lane, and the hustle, you saw them moving the ball around, but there was just nothing to shoot at, and that double team had shut it down. For me, you got to move the ball a little more quickly, try to get those lanes open.
Yeah, I think to your point, that's definitely been... Oh, hang on. We got an opportunity here, 2-on-1. Oh, good sliding defensive play there by Jason Albright. Cut that one off. That would have been dangerous. But yeah, again, much to what you were saying, these both teams have been coming out with a stronger defensive structure, and their offenses are just both having a really hard time finding space. Interestingly enough, coming into this game, in terms of defensively, the Heat actually had given up fewer goals coming into today. They'd only given up 15, whereas the Hustle had given up 16. The difference lies in their offensive output, whereas the Heat had scored 14 goals to the Hustle's 27. So the Heat are no slouches defensively. They've just been having trouble getting those goals. Case in point, they beat the Hustle earlier today at a score of 2-1 in overtime. They give it away, and there's a shot, big rebound. Gets to it. Perks couldn't make it. Sliding there. Cook, and covered up by Granovics.
A big chance by Brendan Tinkesley, who was chosen for the Masters team for the USA, as he takes advantage of a rebound. But look at how Granovics comes way out of his net and take up all that shooting space. That's what you do as a goaltender. When you play aggressive, you take away all that space for the net.
It's really great to see it from that second angle, too, because I didn't realize just how far out he was. He was way on top of his crease. And yeah, made a great stop and got some help. Good opportunity for the Hustle, but sent it across. Matt Granovics had a look. But again, these defenses are pretty smothering right now. There's just not a lot of space. Granovics trying to get on top of Herb. But again, and maybe we'll talk about this at the second intermission, but I think both teams are actually missing the net quite a bit. Hustle with an opportunity. Hey, sliding! Good save. That one didn't miss. Perks flips that one out. Picked up along the right-hand side by Rezniak. Nice little pass. But again, Larry Boone in front of the goal. Takes away scoring opportunity. Heat possess again. Rezniak sends that one up to the point. Quick shot. Bouncing around. Doesn't get through to Herb. Backhand no-looker by David Gray. But it doesn't connect. Nice pitch. He succeeds. Yoakum. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's Stahl. Long zone time here. It's usually a good recipe for success, but never mind. They get it out, take the shot, and get the change. Quick opportunity if the Heat can hurry. Oh, and they just got a little too greedy, and yeah, they know it, because that would have been an awesome opportunity catching the Hustle on the long change here in the second period, but it goes for icing instead.
And the Heat had an opportunity to break that zero. That rebound came to Matt Granovics, again, sitting on the far side of Bryce Herb. But, again, they're just not connecting. We're starting to see the offense show up a lot more. And see, it was right there, but, of course, he gets cut off by the defense. So, that opportunity shut down.
Good idea by Gray, but as one Joey Delgado will often tell you, those no-look backhand passes are not a great strategy most of the time. And that one did not connect. Heat have it. Try to set the breakout. Yoakum trying to find some opening, but he's constantly covered. And neutral zone very clogged. Good idea. They found a seam, but it goes for icing again.
And this brings something interesting that I've mentioned at the top of the show, where the Harrisburg Hustle, they have scored a lot more this season, and Jason Kelly has been mentioning how they've added players to the team, and I've been looking at Larry Boone, who has 4 goals. He's had some looks, but again, it's this Heat defense that are just not giving anything.
Yeah, I mean, both defenses are so tight right now, as evidenced by the 2-1 overtime scoreline earlier today. About halfway through this game, no goals up on the board, but a chance for a 2-on-1 for the Heat. Or I'm sorry, for the Hustle. In the feet, sends it across, and another sliding block. The second or third one we've seen this game. Big shot for the point. That one just trickled off a stick. There's a shot to save. And another one diving, coming out as Grivnovic to keep it scoreless.
That's easily the best chance of the game, the best quality chance from Brendan Tenkesly. And watch himself get open with this shot. They pass over to the high slot. He's got plenty of room on Grivnovic. Gets the rebound opportunity, but denied twice.
Great movement there by Grivnovic. And you're right, Tenkesly did a great job of getting open, but Andrew saw him and made that positional play and gave up the rebound and swallowed that one too. 4:30 left to go here in the second period. Brendan Keller tried to use his speed, but he couldn't get out. Trapped by the forecheck of the Heat. Jason Albright rims that around, but that one, no one's even going to bother chasing that, as that clearly is going to go for an icing. So we'll just reset and go back.
At this point, it's hard to tell who's got the advantage here. As far as quality chances, right now it's looking like Hustle, but not by much. The Heat's opportunities are mainly coming from rebounds, but that's a strategy you've got to have when you're facing Bryce Erb.
Right. This is definitely a second chance kind of goaltender you're working up against. This to me feels like the kind of scenario where the team that breaks through, it's going to be one of those ugly, in front, just dirty, rebound, ball bouncing around, players lose track of it kind of goal. Because there's just not enough room for those clean snipes. Under 4 minutes here, and the Heat have it in the offensive zone again. And that's what they're doing now. As you can see, they're crowding the crease. And that one rolling, and almost an opportunity there. Now picked up by Phillips. Ryan Phillips takes a look. That one shot bounces off the end boards. But yeah, they're just going to start stacking 2 players in front of the goaltender. And just look to create some havoc, get some screens. And that one up blocked again. Here comes Keller. He's using his speed. Nice move. Keller! Oh, and a swing and a miss. That's the second or third time he's undressed a defenseman with a clean move like that. But he just can't get the finish. There's a shot diving. Stayed again. A little bit of a scramble. Bear Jr. tried to get to it and couldn't. Now Keller has it again behind the net. He walks up the wall, sends it across to the point, takes a quick shot. And there you see the Hustler doing the same thing. 2 players right in front of Grivnovic, trying to get the rebound. Walks in, shot, save, second chance! Still loose. Grivnovic scrambling. Stays out, but they still have it. Keller off of his stick. Bear Jr. pushes him aside. Wants to get that one in front, but the Heat have it. And then they manage to escape the zone. Defenders need to make a change there with 2:35 left to go here. Tried to clear it, missed, and again that blind no-look backhander to no one. Unfortunate, because the Heat had a great opportunity. Sienna. The cross! Great look, but a better stop. Grivnovic's doing the splits. 2 minutes left to go. Billy Renier. And they score! The Harrisburg Hustle break through in the late ends of the second period. It's 1-0.
I think this is going to Billy Renier. He is looking at the high circle. The Heat were under a lot of pressure in the past minute. And, whoa, did that one get tipped? I thought I saw it hop.
It's hard to tell. That was a good look, but either way, the Hustle have it 1-0. We'll wait until we get the official scoring play. And here's a chance for more. Good look there. Wow. Great opportunities. That ball came skittering out along that right-hand side. Boone sends it across, but it's given away. Chance to tie it. Rezniak. And it sounds like there's going to be a penalty. Shot goes off the boards. Bouncing. They've got the extra attacker, 6-on-5. The hustle touch of the Heat here at the end of the second period with an opportunity to tie it up.
The call is a slash, and this will be the Heat's opportunity to respond to the goal. And the call is going against Jamal Adams.
So 1 minute up on the board. Minute 32 left in the period.
And the goal, by the way, has been awarded to Keith Sienna. That will be his first of the season.
Huge goal. Absolutely huge goal. Rezniak set to take the draw against Tenkesli, and Tenkesli wins it, and they get the clear. Oh, no, they don't. Doesn't go all the way. Bear Jr. again on the backhand. No looker. Goes nowhere. The Heat have it again. 20 seconds gone on the power play. About a minute left in the period. And they can't keep it in. And Kesley gets it in deep. And then retreats back to his position. Behind the goal line, 20 seconds left on the power play. That one just trickling off the stick. Bear Jr. tries to get there in time and can't. They have it at the point. Play catch. There's a shot. That one going wide again. 5 seconds left to go in the power play. 30 seconds left to go in the period. The Heat have it. And another pass broken up. That one by Keller. So the power play is over. No real danger there. They still control. There's a backhander that worked and fought off by Herb. 13 seconds left to go. But it's on a hustle stick. And it seems like that's going to do it. Maybe one chance. 2 seconds. Nope. That'll be it for the second. And in impressive fashion, the hustle managed to take the lead.
That would have been a highlight reel goal had David Gray connect on this tip-in. See, he is wide open, and he did get the tip, but Bryce Herb just steers it away with the blocker.
A between-the-legs deflection off a blind no-look backhand pass into the slot, unmarked. Good job by Herb to read that, because that took a weird bounce. But for me, Daniel, what I've really been seeing, in spite of how much of the play the Heat have been carrying, they're just not testing Herb that much.
Yeah, this is the thing that the Heat have had plenty of chances, but again, the defense is just blocking the lanes. I mean, we've seen quality opportunities, but it was when they were under pressure in their own zone for a whole minute. That's where they started to form cracks, and again, it was hard to tell if it got tipped, but Sienna gets his first and what will be his 7th point. So this is still anybody's game, but I would expect that the Heat are really going to have to step up with attacking the net.
Yeah, it can be really frustrating when you know your team's been carrying the play for the majority of it, but you have nothing to show for it. And so now, in spite of them winning that last game, here, with 10 minutes on the clock and staring down 1-0 against the hustle and such a great goalie, that's a tall order. I mean, it's only one goal, but it's still difficult.
23rd. Till tomorrow, and I got to do the playoffs in Jersey. Okay, here we go.
Getting ready to start the third period. Draw controlled by the hustle. sent in well behind the red line, so yeah, you can't do that. They're going to call that an icing.
Well, this will give an opening for the Heat to try to respond and get back into the game. Again, I've been happy with how they've been playing overall, but it's just been, again, you got a tough goaltender, and the Hustle's defense is even tougher for this game in particular.
Controlled by the Heat. One player hit the deck. That was Grivnovics. Hustle trying on the forecheck, but they back off. Doug Perks goes D to D in their own zone. Very casual forecheck from Harrisburg. That's what we've been accustomed to. Big shot by Danny Bear from way high. Keller sends it across. They get it in deep, but no one's there. And immediately, Renier forced to pull back. Yeah, this is very much in that shutdown, lockdown mode. The Heat going to make a change behind the play. Brian Malloy has it. Gives it to Stahl. Yeah, Hustle content to just clog the neutral zone, but right now, the Heat do manage to get it in deep. There's a shot in front. They score! That one somehow trickled through.
I got it. 7:37.
Yeah, the question is, who did it go off of? They're indicating Jason Rezniak. Let's see who that tipped off of. It came off the corner, and let's see where Rezniak is. Driving the net, and oh yes, someone got it right in front.
Yeah, that was Rezniak. Swung at it and just took kind of a funky bounce and skipped over the right pad of Herb. And there you go. We're tied 1-1. Third period, and that's what they needed. That was the kind of goal I was expecting to see.
Ooh!
Both players go down in a heap.
It's okay.
No call. Curious. Would like to see another look at that because it was a little strange. But here's Sienna again. Goes back door. Couldn't connect. Heat just lose it at the offensive blue line. And the Hustle managed to tag up, get a big shot from outside. Come in for the rebound. Sticks coming together. A little bit of a shove there by Phillips. Stahl flipped it on the backhand, but that one eaten up. Shot from the blue line. Takes an aggressive bounce off the end boards and forces Grivnovics to cover.
Yeah, I was looking at the collision, and I think this was an accidental collision. Watch the right corner as they clear out. Watch the number 7. Here they come. And yeah, I think they just get entangled, so I agree with the no call.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was one of those situations where players weren't necessarily looking in the same direction. So no call, and they seem no worse for the wear, so we play on. Keller takes the shot. Bomber trying, but falling. 7:30 left to go. 1-1 your score. The Heat trying to get the advantage on the right-hand side. Stops up in the circle, takes the shot. Caught and held by Herb.
Let's go back to the Heat goal. Remember what I've been saying about what is the key to beating the Hustle. Make Bryce Herb commit and get the rebounds. That was exactly what had happened. They made Bryce Herb go into the butterfly, and Rezniak, with the ball sitting right in front of him, puts it right in.
Doesn't hurt that he got kind of a funky bounce too, but yeah, I mean that's what you need. You need that traffic, you get in his eyes and get those second chances. And it was a shot from a steep angle as well. Always a little bit harder to read because you don't know how it's going to behave. Flipped in deep. Under 7 minutes to go here. 1-1 your score. Of course, this is the second time these teams have met today, and the first of 2 times that we will see the Hustle this afternoon. The Heat taking that first game 2-1 in overtime. They'll see if they can steal a second one from the number 1 team in the division. Bouncing around, Powders has it with a big shot. Grivnovics takes the save. leaves that soft rebound for his teammates to pick up. They flip that one high and deep, but none of their Heat players can get to it in time. Big vacancy along the right-hand side. They gain the zone. Take a shot, doesn't make it to Herb. You know, it's interesting, the Hustle were playing a very casual defense-first game coming into this period with the lead, but even with the game tied, they're continuing to play that way. Curious if we'll see any sense of urgency from them, because I'm definitely feeling that from the Heat right now. As he comes at it with speed. Players lost track of it. More physicality.
Nothing there. It's okay.
You just heard the official, nothing there. Nice little move inside, takes the shot. Rebound, Rezniak was there at the top of the slot, but couldn't make anything happen. There's another move. Shot, rebound! Oh, that one almost bounced through Grifnovics. 5:25 left to go. Hustle showing a couple flashes there. This one picked up by Joachim. Sends that one diagonally in deep. Cook on it first. And they immediately get right out of the zone. Keller with another move! Tried to do the Forsberg and couldn't. Good idea. Keller's been showing some brilliant hands this game. Heat trying to recreate that first goal. But it doesn't get on net. Sent up and out. And then with speed. Here comes Boone. Boone with a little bit of a stumble. Gets to it first. Shovels it ahead. Sienna, the goal scorer for his team. Kicks it back to the point. And goes to the net. Quick shot, rebound, save! Diving is Grifnovics.
No!
They get it out. No icing though. Hustle have to tag up, and they do. 4:15 left to go. 1-1 here in the third period. Across for Sienna. Lets it go. Now players coming together with speed along the left-hand side. Walks it up the circle and just flips it. Another diving attempt at a shot block, but this one gets through to Herb and he hangs on.
Let's go back to the save on the other end. You were mentioning about how the Hustle seemed to be casual in their play. Well, they're stepping it up now. There's the drive to the net and some great help behind the play by Doug Parks.
Ready, White? Stay still.
Make no mistake, Brendan Keller has had some urgency in his game from the beginning. He has showed some really slick hands and has been very confident in making moves, dancing around defenders.
And that being said, yeah, before the Heat goal, the Hustle, as you were saying, they were so confident in their defense that they were trusting in them. But with only a 1-goal differential, you can't trust that. You have to keep attacking.
And now at a tie, we'll see that even more. Shot misses the net from Powders. 3.5 to go here, third period. Hustle trying to turn it on. They really haven't had a lot of, neither team really has had a lot of sustained zone pressure. And the Heat had a decent long shift in the first, but otherwise, it's been a lot of trading chances and not necessarily great ones. And they score! So much for that. What a move, Ryan Phillips.
Ryan Phillips, that is going to be his third goal of the season. And see where he's ending up, in the slot, the same area they got their first goal at. And there was just no way Bryce Herb was going to pick that one up, and the Heat have found the formula.
Stay here.
Shout out to Matt Grifnovics with that sick cutback to shake a defender, get some space, and then Phillips just taking those 2 or 3 steps back to get that space that he needed, picked the corner, gave his team the lead, and so the Hustle are taking their time out.
Still upset with you.
The Hustle,
Where's the mic? You have the mic.
Trying to figure out what
You have the
they
mic too, don't you?
No, they only have
got to
one.
respond.
No,
I'm listening
they
to
had two. They had two. I
Tarantino.
saw them. You're not mic'd up. You get mic'd up next game.
I'm gonna say Rocco's the best guy in the world. G is the best goalie in the game. TJ is a good man. He can't hold the stick right. Wait.
Just go away.
Talking something about our commissioners, are we?
Moving right along. Coach George Tarantino taking the time out for his team here.
Everybody all right?
Just over 3 minutes to play, and they are facing a 2-1 scoreline once again against the Heat. Great play from Grivnovics to Phillips to give their team the lead in the hustle, trying to find an answer. Sienna kicks it to the point and again goes right to the net. Grivnovics falls. There's going to be a penalty. Ball is loose on the backhand.
19.
And now it's touched, and it's going to be...
Right here. Yeah, it's just a whistle. Relax. I thought, yeah, I know. I blew the whistle because he touched it. That's my bad.
Yeah,
it's my bad. We're deep. Yeah. Deep. Down here, boys.
So it looks like no penalty, I guess.
No, I shouldn't have blown the whistle because once they touched it, it was up. See what I mean? Yes, that was my bad on the whistle. It's my bad on the whistle. No. It's only an infraction, sir.
Once you touch the ball, play should check going.
And there you go, a little bit of mic'd up action there. So no penalty, just a high touch that got wiped out. 2:35 left to go. Hustle gained the zone. Looking to tie. Nice little pass into the middle, but nothing comes of it. They hold the line, but no one's there, except Rezniak. And that one dangerously kicks out in front. Took a weird bounce off the boards. And the Hustle have it. And this score! A blast from the left circle, and they tie it up! Jason Albright!
1-4, nobody.
Albright's been looking to give his team a boost, and with his second goal of the season, and look at that. And on a failed clearing attempt, the Heat did all they could, but that is just a big blast, and even Grivnovics was trying to come out of his net to take away that space. Did not work this time. It was just a great slap shot.
And that's a brutal turnover at your blue line. And Albright just willed that one in. So we're tied again at 2. There's another shot off the boards. And this one bouncing in front of Herb. No Heat players were there. Are we destined for overtime again, or will we see a third goal in this period? Another player goes down. And another backhander to nowhere. In that left corner. Grivnovics takes a look. Good stick by Chris Ballmer, the captain. But the Heat still can possess. Looking for it. Player goes down. But Herb has it.
Yeah, the Hustle trying to stand up for Bryce Herb. And who's been under an assault ever since that previous goal. See how everyone's now starting to crowd the net. And now there's one driving. And Herb stands tall.
Minute 35 left to go. 2-2 your score. The Heat won their matchup earlier today, 2-1 in overtime. And we're 95 seconds away from doing it again. The shot gets blocked. This one comes all the way out. And it will be an icing here late in the third period.
But now the question is, if it reaches overtime, is this going to be deja vu for the Hustle? They had lost the game with 25 seconds left in the overtime period, and they don't want that to happen again.
Draw controlled by the Heat. That one just off the toe of his stick. Behind the net. Bodies coming together, defense coming in to help out. It's a 2-on-1. Heat not getting any assistance. And they do lose it, so it comes all the way out for an icing again, as it's going to come all the way back.
Expect both these teams to be full-on aggressive for the remainder of this period. And this may carry over into overtime, and based on how both these teams are playing, I would expect it to with a minute left.
Well, offensive zone face-off after the icing for the Heat. And battling for it. No one really in clean possession. Still fighting over it. Now the Heat have it. There's just not a lot of space out there right now, so even if you possess, you're constantly on the move and you're constantly being hounded. Nice stick there to sweep that one off of Keller's stick. And Siena coming together. No icing here. 25 seconds left to go in regulation time. 2-2 your score. Are the Heat content to just run the clock out? Because, of course, in this league, an overtime win is only worth 2 points, where a regulation win is worth 3. Bounces off the boards, takes a shot, no one home. Handled by the Hustle. And that's it. And we go to overtime. Both teams pick up a point. And now they fight over the consolation point.
Yeah, this has been a very even matchup between the two teams. And this is probably not the result that the Heat want. They want the regulation win because they have some catching up to do as far as trying to reach the Demons for the number 2 spot. But they'll take this in any case, but now they just need that extra point. Just try to get yourself a little bit closer.
I'm always right. Let's do it.
Well, of their 4 wins this season, 3 of them have come in overtime. So, curious to see if they can pick up a 4th. I do feel like, I know we say this a lot, but this is really anybody's game.
And while you're mentioning overtime records,
Here we go.
Heat are 3-0 in overtime. Hustle are 0-2 in overtime. So statistically, the Heat have the advantage, but it's going to be more about what happens on the floor that counts. And right now, this could go either way.
Absolutely. Trying to deal the Hustle their 4th loss of the season and pick up their 5th win. And the face-off is won and controlled by the Hustle, and they gain the zone. Possible 2-on-1 if they hurry. Just takes the shot of Granovic's rebound, handled, and walked back. So 3 minutes of overtime, 20 seconds gone so far. 3-on-3. Almost they had some space but couldn't control. Nice little spin by Keller. Takes the shot, paddled away by Grivnovic. Powders couldn't stop it, and he's just going to go off. First 45 seconds of overtime are gone. The Heat slow things up in their own end. Rezniak's out there, controlled right now by Matt Grivnovic. He had a great pass on that second goal to Ryan Phillips. Now with some speed, tried to cut in. Bear Jr. just didn't have enough to look at. But now the Hustle. And that left point takes the shot, but it gets blocked. Bear Jr. comes in behind Rezniak. Rezniak kicks it back to him, and he heads to the net. Off the boards. Got a man posted up in front, but the shot doesn't go through. I feel like if he hurried that just a little bit sooner, this one going back for icing. He took that shot or that pass just a little bit quicker. He had that back door, but it gets blocked, so it comes back for icing.
And the Hustle, you can see they are tired, and I thought he had an opportunity to play it off the boards to avoid the icing, but the Hustle are going to have to stick with their 3 men on the floor.
Keller is tired, but that's not going to stop him from making a run. That gets knocked off his stick, though. Shot, Herb save, rebound. Came back out. Banks that one off the boards. Now with some speed with a minute left in OT. Sends that one across for Sienna. Cuts in! Big save doing the splits! And Grivnovics keeps it out in overtime.
Over here.
Brandon Tanksley, I feel like that he should be getting more points on the board by now based on how he's been playing in this entire game. He only has 1 assist, but he definitely could be having at least 1 or 2 goals on the board based on how he's played the entire game, but that defense has just not given any opportunities to him.
And tip of the hat for the monster save by Grivnovics. Under a minute now in overtime. The Heat trying to break out. Matt Grivnovics flips that one into space. They get on it first. Curling back up the left circle. Goes D-to-D, shot, rebound. Good save positionally by Herb. He sits on his knees and observes play in the zone. More players coming together, a lot of shouting, pushing and shoving. Players are on the deck. There's no penalty, chance for a 2-on-1. Big shot, another save, this time no rebound for Grivnovics.
A big opportunity for the Hustle. They were on a 2-on-1, and with 16 seconds left, that will give them some time to at least set something up. Now, interestingly, the Heat still have their timeout. It does not look like they're going to use it.
Stay still.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think it's necessary. You don't want to give any extra rest. Oh, and here's a chance on the breakaway. Gray, shot, save. In the dying seconds of overtime.
That would have been the best assist 68 ever had in his life.
David Gray with the game on his stick. The Heat had won in the dying seconds of overtime, and they nearly did it again. Oh, what are they supposed to do? But the good news is they will get the offensive zone draw.
A huge giveaway by Sienna, and Heat did end up taking.
If there happens to be a shootout, I need you to come out and put the ball in center so your dad and I can be at both ends, all right? Either that or Cassidy, maybe. Here we go.
A killer giveaway by Sienna, but it doesn't end up costing them. 7.9 left to go.
And David Gray is still looking for his first goal, and that would have been the biggest one he ever has.
Well, he stays out there these final seconds, along with Grivnovics and Bear Jr. Here come the Hustle. Into space, just a little bit ahead of his man. And that is going to do it, so it is shootout time.
Yep. Like I said, this is pretty much reflecting what the first game between these two teams were like. They are at a stalemate. Their defense has countered everything, well, maybe not everything, but most of what the other team could throw at them. And I would imagine this would be advantageous for the Hustle based on how Viservis played.
Give me your 3, please.
Hey, George!
Yo, who's your 3? Put them in the box.
What's the penalty for? Where's the mic at? It's right here.
I can't say anything bad.
I'm not
allowed to say anything bad. I'm not allowed to say anything bad.
Hello to all the refs out there. Willie is the best ref. Yeah, Jay.
The players definitely enjoying having our officials mic'd up. So it looks like we're going to do everything on the near side. 3 shooters.
All right, Bryce, you're in first, bud.
And it's going to be the Heat going first.
That's what they call a Pat Hennessy rule.
What is that?
They want they want two referees down here because they say I'm blind. I'll blow. Yeah, you watch. Okay. Bryce, you tell me you're all right.
First shooter for the Heat.
Nope.
And that one, it looked like he had daylight, but I don't know if Bryce got a glove on that or what, but it stays out.
Yeah, he definitely had an opening, but it just rolled off his stick.
Ready,
and that's a very big miss for the Heat, and now that opens the door for the hustle.
First shooter, Jason Albright. He's got a goal. That's where he scored it from. And save.
Yeah, he kept it simple that time. Jason Albright has already scored a goal today. He shot it from the point earlier today, so he thought, why not?
Second shooter for the Heat. Steps up. And another one turned aside. That one, Gray, still scoreless.
Yeah, David Gray has played a great game today, but just can't buy anything. But again, when you're facing Bryce Herb, you got to be creative.
Here comes Tanksley. Cuts in! And another stop. And, you know, these players just really look like they're gassed. It's their second game that also went to overtime. I don't blame them.
And look who's coming up. It's Rezniak.
Bryce.
Jason Rezniak. Scores!
Well, he did not want to waste any time, and he just drove right in with speed. It's not that usual that Bryce Herb lets goals like that through.
And the Hustle need to score here to keep it alive. It's Keller. Oh, what a play! It stays out. And that'll do it. The Philadelphia Heat steal 2 from the Hustle in overtime.
And that was a fantastic matchup there, and give credit to Fernovic and the net, who really held up his team. But it's really a combination of everything that made this a very competitive matchup, but in the end, shootout win thanks to Jason Rezniak.
And the Heat continue to be overtime performers, now improving to 4-0 in overtime and the shootout this season. And right before Rezniak came up, someone on the bench referred to him as Mr. Clutch, and he gets the only goal of the shootout. A lot of great performances in this game, like you were saying. And here we are now. They stole 2 from the Hustle. Of course, we missed the first one because it happened before our broadcast began. We've got another matchup getting ready to happen right next. But to close this one out, Daniel, who is your MVP for this game?
Well, this really could be anybody, and for quite a while, I thought it was going to be at the defense because they were going so well up through the second period. But in the end, I got to go with Jason Rezniak, who scored a goal in the third period for the Heat, and of course the shootout winner. He did not need to do any tricks against Bryce Herb. He just went a straight-on, full-on attack straight to the net. And that is what determines this matchup. For that reason, I'm going to go with Rezniak.
I think it's a great call. And I am getting clarification. It was actually Joey Delgado himself who referred to Rezniak as Mr. Clutch before he took that shot. And sure enough, had a goal in regulation, has the only goal in the shootout. So Rezniak did a great job there to help his team get their second overtime win of the day. We're not done with Harrisburg. We'll see them in a couple hours. But in the meantime, our next matchup, the Del Val Kingsmen and the Delco Demons.
And the Demons are currently in second place. They are chasing the Hustle, but they got an opportunity to take a lead with the shootout loss with 2 overtime losses really for the Hustle. And so the Demons, if they can pull out a win over the Kingsmen, they'll put themselves in position to take the #1 spot. But the Kingsmen, they're no slouch. They may have a record that's not all that impressive by the untrained eye, but if you've seen them play, they are actually a very skilled team. They have played up to the skill level of the Heat and the Demons. It's just been more about how are they going to figure out how to put it all together. I mean, they just not had any luck go their way. And I am very confident that the Kingsmen are a competitive team, but it's just not working out so far.
Well, again, it goes back to what we were talking about in our last matchup. If you go by the numbers and you look at these teams, and you look at this division as a whole, and you look at their defensive numbers, coming into today, the Harrisburg Hustle, their goal differential was 27-4 and 16 against, right? The Heat were 14-4 and 15 against. The Demons, 22-4 and 18 against. And the Kingsmen, 12-4 and 16 against. So they've given up, coming into today, just as many goals as the Hustle had. It's just scoring that's been an issue. This is a tough division to score in. And so the teams that have their offenses rolling, the days that they have their offenses rolling, that's really the key. And the Kingsmen don't really have a big-time trigger man. I mean, I look at Jamie Isett. I know we've seen him a lot. He tends to be their guy. He's only got 2 goals coming into today. Will Hughes has a goal and 2 assists. DJ Snyder has 2 goals. Billy Tomlin, 1 goal and 2 assists. Brandon Herman has really stepped up for them, scoring 4 goals this season. But, I mean, they're having trouble. Like you mentioned, the improved defensive work of Joe Peer in net, and he's really stepped up his game this year.
Wait till tomorrow.
And this was really the year for him to really show that he is a reliable goaltender, and he has impressed me this season. But he's going to be going up against the likes of Matt Cole and, of course, Dylan Fight, some of the best shooters in this team. So look out for those two.
So we get underway here. Demons on your right, Kingsmen on your left. Second of our triple header today. There'll be a little bit of a gap between this game and our final one. So thanks for sticking with us here on twitch.tv/NBHLofficial on MVP TV. And don't forget, you can find us at Roku at Ball Hockey by MVP.
They already have Matt Cole at center taking the draw. He has 10 points.
Sounds like there's some sort of discussion going on. Now we're ready to go, and Cole wins the draw for his team. They try to just send it in deep, and that doesn't happen, so they'll start over. Kyle Snyder sends that one ahead. Nice little strip there. Demons have it and give it away. Left-hand circle right up the hash marks, and that ball just trickles away from him. But his defenseman helping support. Pressed against the wall. Back to the point at the blue line. Really stuck to the outside. Not a whole lot of room in that home plate area. And this one goes bouncing around, and the Demons have it. And they'll just work it out and get a change. Coming on with speed is Brett Hendricks on the forecheck. Very different forechecking scheme than what we saw in our last game. Just barely offside here with a little over a minute gone.
And the Kingsmen have decided to go with Anthony Fuscaldo in the net for the Kingsmen. Now, he has had the same statistics as Joe Peer, so they're giving him some time and trying to get some of his skills into the game.
Down along the goal line, Kingsman trying to come in with the attack. They do manage to possess. They have 2 bodies beneath. DJ Snyder.
Lose!
Can't get that one
That's good.
on net. A lot of speed on that right-hand side. Tyler Eppright.
Find the ball.
Eppright working behind the net. Almost ended up in a headlock.
No, just fell.
Defender saying, I didn't do it, so official says, okay, you play on. Dumped in and on net.
It's out.
Bounced along the left-hand side. Koskinas chasing after that one. Koskinas got into it with one of the officials earlier in the day. Sounds like they've since made good, but he was, as we say, he was pretty hot. Now behind the net. So keep an eye on number 75 for the Demons to see if he does some damage. Oh, we got a whistle. Oh, Kingsmen get hit for too many men.
Hey, what do you got? Too many? What do you got? Too many?
Yeah, that's what they're saying, and that will put the Demons on the power play. And if you know the Demons, they have been offensive-minded. They've been a very aggressive team. A goal differential of +7, 26 scored for, 19 against. So they will try to take advantage here. And, of course, look who they got there, Cole.
Hey, goalie, we good?
And that one loose in front. Cole almost has a chance. There's Koskinas and he scores! A power play goal for the Delco Demons!
31.
We'll see what happens when you channel your emotions into the game. And that converts a power play for Koskinas. And that will put him up to 3 goals for the season so far.
Right there. And you see the celebration just beat. And it sounds like it's Joey Corcoran in net for the Kingsmen. And he did get beat on the power play by Koskinas.
Got it. Stay your ass there.
A lot of great communication from the officials. There's another shot there by Cole. As the Demons trying to press. Behind the net, nice shake off by Cole. Good defensive work by Mark O'Donnell. Oh no, I'm sorry, that's Lenny Rico. Kingsman trying to get it right back. Nice little spin move. Tries to thread that one through. But good defensive sticks by the Demons prevents that. Just over 3 minutes down here in the first period, and it's 1-0 Demons.
Yeah, still good. That's still in. Where'd it go?
On the right wing. They get it in deep. Big head of steam there for Eppright. A lot of jump in the Demons step today. In front and covered.
Yeah, I saw the 33 on the jersey in goal for the Kingsmen, and that's the same number as Scaldo, but it seems that Corcoran is in as an emergency goalie because Joe Pierre is out with an injury.
Well, that would explain it.
All right. Back, take a step out. There you go.
Offensive zone face-off. Controlled by the Kingsmen. See if they can escape their zone. And they do. A lot more speed in this game, but maybe it's because these guys aren't quite as tired. Bouncing around, they can't sustain an offense. But they get it again. Never actually left the zone. 6 minutes to go here, 1-0 Demons as they try to work it out of their end. And the Kingsmen clogging up that neutral zone. Really making life difficult for them. There's a shot that bounces off the end boards. Nick Zach had to fight for it.
That's still in. Still in.
And they still haven't managed to get it out. Oh, that player goes down. Tripped over the red line, apparently. Sends that around. Picked up by Rico. Oh, I'm sorry, that's, who was that? Peter Tomlin? Behind the net, nice little shake off by Snyder. Behind the net, there's Ramuto. Demons along that right wing, get it in deep. And just barely, Koskinas was right on top of it, but didn't get the touch, and so they'll call it an icing. It's going to come all the way back.
There you go.
Yeah, and if you know Koskinas, he's one of those players that wants to go full on out. He's a very competitive player. He has that fire in him that makes him want to just drive. He wants to win the game for his team.
You die, Phil. Shit.
Absolutely a very fun player to watch. Always brings the animation when we're here in Philly covering this Tier 2 action. There's another shot. That one blocked.
That's so good.
Almost worked out by Frank Lang. He lost the handle and couldn't keep it. Rico makes a move. Gets that one in front of the net. Oh, and a nice shot block in tight. Really good positional work.
Good.
Lang gets it inside. Tries to get it into Cole. Couldn't connect. This one coming back around for Koskinas. And that one took a weird bounce and goes high. Cole gets to it first. Right up the gut. Comes all the way up. Fake the shot and sent it in deep with Jim Morrill. Along the left-hand side, Koskinas goes off on a change. Gets replaced by Jordan Loro. And there's Loro on it now. Just taking a look at Kenny Keene. But didn't like the white jerseys in between the two of them, so he just cycles it back down. Nice work trying to get that one in front, but again, Kingsman defenders getting in those passing lanes. Back for Morrill at the point. He whips one. That had a look.
Good play.
There were a lot of bodies in between him and Corcoran.
It's out.
Tried to go between the legs. That didn't work, but they got to tag up first. Justin Manuel. Gonna rim that one, or try to. Takes an errant bounce. Kingsman opportunity, goes wide. Tried to dance around the defense of Manuel. He just sends that one up the boards, but they seal it off and keep it in. 3:05 left to go here, first period. Demons up 1-0. Good read there, again by Manuel. He's been out there a while. They still haven't cleared the zone. Eppright, and he's going to flip it down, but that's going to go for an icing, so they can't change.
And that was not what the Demons needed, as they were just trying to save some energy. And here's a shot from earlier on Corcoran. Let's see. That shot came from all the way from the point, and it got tipped, and he managed to get the pad in there. It was in the right place at the right time.
Getting that nice close-up angle there really helps you appreciate the reaction time of that save. Now on the attack, the Demons. Whoa, and another stick goes flying. That one out of Eppright's hand. I think he's dropped his stick 2 or 3 times already this game. He goes down. I love the hustle in this guy, but the rink is not his friend tonight. Move by the Kingsman trying to gain the zone. Here's Eppright again. Runs into his man. Now behind the net. That one bounced off the end. 2:10 to go. 1-0 your score. Demons on the strength of the Angelo Koskinas power play goal early on. And another body goes flying, stick goes flying. Koskinas' hands in the air, and yes, they will call that one as Kyle Snyder collects himself after that yard sale.
Yo, 52.
Wait, that looked nasty. Let's see how this occurred. They're both going for the ball, and he just steps right into him and takes his legs out.
Huh?
That was a pretty dangerous play. That can take out a knee easily.
All right, here we go, goalie.
So it sounds like they're calling that either interference or tripping. Either way, there's a shot. The Demons have an opportunity to pad their lead here late in the first period. Snyder tries to pull away. That one
I got the front.
walked
back.
up the wall and then sent all the way back down. That one out of Koskinas' reach. And they get that one out with ease. Again, these 1-minute penalties, it doesn't take very many clears to kill it. So you see a lot fewer power play goals in this league. Kenny Keene working on that one, but short-handed. Some dangerous work here by the Kingsmen. There's a shot fought off by Zach. And this has really been all Kingsmen. There's only 10 seconds left on the penalty. Well, hang on. Here's an opportunity. Cole in front. Koskinas. Cochran's down, and I think he got it. But a great chance there at the end of that penalty.
Yeah, he sprawled out and going old school as, yeah, it was just him and the shooter, and then he has no time to react, gets the glove out in time, and then right down low, seals it up, stops all 3 shots.
Excellent opportunities in front. 2 seconds left on the power play, less than a minute to go in the period. There's a shot gloved at. Hunsaker took the shot from the point. And another slide. Penalty's over. Epbright. And a stick goes away. And it's going to be another Kingsman penalty. So some bonus time for the Demons. On that right-hand circle, 6-on-5 right now, 28 seconds left to go in the period. And they do get the touch.
I wonder if it's going against Becky Dobson. Let's see, because I saw her stick go away from her. Watch the left side of the screen.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. 5 white.
Oh, yeah. Yep, that's the stick.
I had a hook.
Good call. And it's Epbright drawing the penalty, so...
Hey, goalie, we good? Woo!
Getting some more lovely audio texture from our mic'd up official. Final 10 seconds to go here in the period. And that's pretty much going to do it. So the Demons will have 40 some odd seconds left on this penalty going into the second period. But yeah, Daniel, I mean, you pretty much called it. The Kingsmen have a decent amount of skill here, but it's just a tough division.
And we haven't really mentioned enough about Joey Corcoran, who's not a normal player for their roster. They had to call him up because of an injury. Corcoran normally plays at Tier 3 with the Potsdam Mud Dogs. He currently has a 6-0 record with them, has allowed 12 goals and averaging 2 goals per game. Corcoran has played at the Tier 2 level before, but he's had a pretty good performance with the currently number 2 ranked Mud Dogs. Again, with the power rankings being released this past week. They have made no change in their rankings, only being outplayed by the Detroit Knight Riders. But we'll see if this leads to anything for Corcoran. Because despite the 1 goal, he has played well.
I just said on the mic that I'm upset with you.
We're all screwed up. We're going to be all over Instagram.
Maybe.
Facebook.
Maybe.
Jordan's gonna.
Yo, you will be. They don't like me, so they won't. They're
No,
not gonna.
that's why you'll be on it.
They're not gonna repost, share, nothing. Whatever they call it. White. Great.
Said Rocco's gonna
Yo,
use
boys,
it in
good
his
luck.
meetings, right? Right, Ed? Oh, I love you, boys. I'm in. I'm in.
Officials having some fun with being mic'd up. You got to appreciate that. And just recognizing all of the work that goes into these big productions. So we're so grateful to have you with us here on this Saturday afternoon in Philadelphia. Second period. It is a power play, but opportunity shorthanded for the Kingsmen. On that left-hand circle. 10 seconds left to go with the man advantage.
It's out.
That one one exits the zone, so the Demons do have it.
Yo, even
And that's going to do it. Dobson is out of the box and comes out quickly. So no,
you look good,
no
dude.
icing there. You touched somebody
Great.
in the Kingman zone.
There's an ice.
Flips that one high.
Oh, on that.
And that one, ooh. Oh, they don't like that call.
And you can see Becky Dobson, not quite pleased with the call, but she has a smile on her face.
Looks like they're going to do it at center because, yeah, that did touch Zach.
I didn't see it hit him. He did. We waved it off. I didn't see it. I blew the whistle. Okay? Thanks for understanding, people. Here we go.
Good explanation there for the missed call. No hard feelings, and we play on. Kingsman trying to tie this one up here early in the second period. It's 1-0 Demons on the strength of Angelo Koskinas' power play goal. No icing on this play. Matt Hendricks tries to be the first one on it and isn't. Drew Mervin tries to help out and can't. And that one goes down, and that one will be an icing.
No change, White.
So all the way back down it goes.
Well, this time it actually will be an icing, and I know that this line has been stuck out there for a little while, even with the
Did a great job over there,
non-icing call that was made earlier. And yeah, Dobson's been on the floor for quite a while as they're going to try to look to get her off.
Demons win the draw but can't control and get sent the length of the ice, so we'll just reset and do it again.
Landy, you got that?
And right now the Kingsmen, they've had their opportunities, but it's like I said, it's just not been going their way. They just had some bad luck.
Here's number 10, Brandon Herman. He wins the draw for his team. Rimmed around, but no one there. Epwright tried to make it through and couldn't. Now he's swinging at it. Gets that one on net.
The Demons now giving quite a push as they throw a quick one on the net. And looking at that opening in the slot, you see that the number 77 sitting in there, Brett Hendricks.
Hey, goalie, we can relax.
Sitting right on top of the crease. And here's another chance. That one just goes over the net. Third big scoring opportunity for Koskinas. He's converted on one of them.
That's it.
There's a shot, no rebound, but you can tell Koskinas frustrated with himself because he had a killer opportunity.
It's my best side. That's all I can tell
So how did this pop over the net? Let's see where it came. It went off the draw, went right to the net, and he had an opportunity, but it went off the stick of Corcoran, and Koskinas can't believe it.
Good look, though, and he is the reason why his team is up 1-0 right now. Ooh, that backhander got taken away. Opportunity. The rush is over, but they still get a chance. There's a shot. Zach saves that one. Held at the line. Takes a look through traffic. Crashing the net aggressively, but no rebound.
And you can see the look of intensity on everyone's faces as everyone crowds. See, the clearing attempt did not go the way that Joe Morrell wanted. And then look at the crowded slot. There's a tip on net. And right there to cover up, and a little entanglement, but everything under control.
5 players crowding in front of Nick Zach, and he manages to make that save and no rebound. So great work there. Driving that and trying to get through 2 players unsuccessfully was Will Hughes. This one sent around left-hand side, trying to get that one in the middle and can't. Ball bouncing. Demons gain the zone. 7 minutes to go here, second period. They lead 1-0 over the Kingsmen. Shot off the glove of Corcoran, who, as you said, is playing in relief of the injured Joe Peer. And that one is up and out of play.
Off white in the zone, it's got to stay deep.
Thanks, sir.
And you gotta wonder, based on the performance so far, I mean, Corcoran's made some great saves so far. And I'm starting to wonder if we'll see him back again in the Tier 2 division soon.
Hold up, hold up.
Yeah, he's holding up just fine right now. That one won by the Demons. Both. Oh.
Okay, great. You're good. I was just trying to tell you that. Hand pass outside the zone. You got it?
Yeah, they called a hand pass, so this is going to come back to neutral. And this will give a little break for the Kingsmen, as they're stuck in their side of their zone for a little while this period.
Yeah, a lot of the flashes that we saw from them in the first, you're not seeing as much. The Demons are doing a much better job of holding them in tight and not giving them a whole lot of opportunity. Like we said, the beginning of this game, that the Kingsmen's biggest issue is not having consistent scoring.
Shit. Nice. It's out.
Demons, another opportunity here on the right-hand side. A little bit of a shove there against Jordan Lauro.
Relax, you two.
Officials telling him to relax. Back to the point. D to D. Quick shot off the end boards. Demons still on it. These are the sorts of shifts that the Kingsmen would love to have. And another call.
You're holding them.
It's going to go against the Kingsmen, and you can see that Lenny Rako is not happy about it. He got entangled up with Jordan Lauro, who was not happy about a play earlier, but he ends up drawing a call instead. Well, he actually ran into another Kingsman player. That was Zach Daly. Yeah, that may have just been an unfortunate situation.
I think it was the hold, though, since they did call the hold. He did have his right arm wrapped around the player, so. Nonetheless, another power play opportunity for the Demons here. About midway through the game. Left-hand side at the hash marks. There's Koskinis set up in front in the slot. That one bouncing through some feet and just out of reach from Drew Mervin. Demons want to be the first ones on it, but they can't. That one does get punched out, and a couple of Kingsman players will have the ability to change. Back on their stick and up, but not out. Flipped, took a funny bounce. Demons still have it. Just tries to flutter that one through. Koskinis was there.
Oh, nice. Look at that.
Possible chance for a shorthanded break. 10 seconds left with the main advantage. Demons, nice move. Cuts in. Corcoran is save and held. No rebound.
Play. 1 second. 1 second.
I thought that Kyle Snyder had an opportunity. I thought he had room on the far post. Let's see where that ball goes to. Oh no, I thought he got around him, but no, it got into the pads of Corcoran. I mean, if he had held that ball for just a second longer, he would have had an opening.
The guy thought he could, Lenny thought he could come out.
I don't know, when he stopped it, it may came right back up. I don't know.
Pat, we good?
Ready to come out.
All right, here we go.
As soon as he turns it, it's on. Yeah, come
Just
on.
a question from the penalty box about when they were allowed to join the play, since there was 1 second left on the clock. Simple enough misunderstanding. But no, I agree with you. It looked initially like Snyder had some space there, but Corcoran did a great job of gobbling that one up before he could create anything dangerous.
Again, it couldn't tell if that was intentional, whether he tried to go to the 5-hole or if it just rolled off his stick. But yeah, 1 more second, he would have gone around and gotten it 2-0.
Here come the Kingsmen trying to make it 1-1. That one bouncing around. Zach stays out. More bodies coming against the boards. Nice little shovel pass by Hendricks. They gain the line. Almost lose the ball. Cole tried to pull that one back. Dobson gets it out of the zone. They tag up. Nice Back check by Dobson. Becky Dobson. She goes down. No call on that play. 2-on-1. And the pass just in his feet. Frank Lang could not hit Cole. And given away once again. Sent in. Zach plays it but doesn't cover. And they give it away. There's a shot with players crashing the net. And Dobson with a great shift there, but couldn't get rewarded.
Yeah, Dobson has been involved in the play quite a lot. She almost got a tip in that time. And again, there's an opening right there. And now watch her try to drive the net. She makes contact and got a tip on the net. But Zach seals it up.
Great timing play there. And yeah, like you said, she did get a piece of it. But Zach with a better stop. Late stages, second period. Kingsman give that one away. Loro has it. A backhander again. I'm telling you guys, the backhanders are ill-advised. Right-hand side now, Kingsman on the attack. And another stick goes flying. There's a shot. Lots of crowds in front. Oh, we got a delay penalty. There's another shot. In front.
65 here, Gray.
Penalty.
It stays out, but Justin Manuel.
With the rough. 65 Gray.
The call is a rough, and I thought I had saw the contact near center. Let's see where that occurs.
No, there's 65.
Yeah, watch the center, watch the slot. There's a push there. Not much so far. Oh, there it is, right there.
You gotta make the change. Let's
Somebody
go.
off.
Excellent call by the officials, and good opportunity here late in the second for the Kingsmen to potentially tie this one up. They win the draw. Back to the point. Slows up. Takes a look.
Easy, boys.
Watch for that physicality in front of the net. Controlled.
I got the ball, Pat.
Very methodical. There's the shot. Goes wide. Good look. And couldn't hold the blue line. No worries. They'll reset, tag up, try again.
That's
Tomlin.
good. Shoot it. Boom.
There's a shot off the net. And a great opportunity, but missed. Kingsmen still have it with the power play. Make a change. Keys for the one-timer. Shot, rebound, second chance. And they score! Oh, no, they don't.
No.
Oh, wow. I thought for sure that was going in.
Yo, leave it up.
And that's it for the power play. See if the Kingsmen can continue to ride this momentum, though. That's a shot into some shin pads. 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go here in the second period. It stays 1-0. But not for lack of trying, as the Kingsmen almost had a goal. Now sent in deep. Demons want to make a change. They get some people off. Will Hughes uses some speed, but that ball goes way away from him.
Hey, Gray. Hey.
Swatted at.
He was on
and
that
sent
side
in.
of the line, icing.
And it's icing.
Yeah, I saw them celebrating, and I thought it was in as well. Let's see what happened.
Sir, that hit the crossbar.
Let's see,
We'll check the
where's
review,
that
sir.
ball? There's the rebound. It
So you got a
hit
nice
the
one. Who's the
crossbar.
captain here? Steve. So your other assistant captain.
Yeah, slow it down right there.
You heard me.
That's where got everybody
We got
fooled.
two cameras. We got RJ with the iPad. We got Mr. Joey Delgado up there one.
There you go.
I am. Oh shit.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I thought it was in. He thought it was in. The officials got the right call, though. That hit the crossbar. Really a great look at it there from that secondary angle. Kingsman trying to keep the zone. Sliding gets it out. Koskinas charging in. And another opportunity kept out.
Ever since that goal, Koskinas just can't catch a break. He has a breakaway opportunity, and he nearly had a beat, but it hit the foot of Corcoran.
Hey, goalie, we good?
Wow. A toe save followed by a glove pulling the ball off the goal line. Nonetheless, he is still the reason why his team is up 1-0. Thanks to that excellent Matt Cole assist. There's a lot of these balls could have gone in, but what did we say? This is a very tough defensive division this season. And the ability to generate offense is what makes the difference in this division. Is defensively, everyone is very, very similar.
And the Demons are trying to take advantage of the slot area. There hasn't been all that much coverage as of recent, and as we've seen, Koskinas has almost taken advantage of that twice. But Corcoran has been in top form.
There's another shot, rebound, and another save!
He's got it, he's got it!
And again! Corcoran, 3 huge stops.
Excuse my French.
And like I said, despite him being from Tier 3, he's playing like a Tier 2 goaltender. This is the second time that he has made 3 saves in a row.
We good? Here we go. Ooh, that was off my foot.
Excellent sequence there for the Demons, but an even better one for Joey Corcoran. Here's a chance for the Kingsmen. Pass in the slot. Save, bouncing, and it stays out. Wow, that was a dangerous sequence. 30 seconds left to go, second period. Kingsmen trying. Under 20 now.
Dave, thank you, sir.
This is some creative passing by the Kingsmen. And thought about shot. And look at that pass from behind himself. And got that chance on net, but Zach with a big save.
Kingsman definitely threatening here late in the period. Now it took an unfortunate bounce.
No, good.
Gets it in deep. Final 5 seconds. Demons with one more opportunity. Takes the shot, save. Rebound, but no Demons anywhere. And that'll do it for a strong second period for both sides.
And Koskinas was just saying that he felt like he was going to get bumped from behind, and that's why he had mishandled the ball. I didn't really see it as a mishandle. I mean, I thought he had a great chance at the net, but it was just a great stop by Corcoran. And he's the reason why this game is staying at a 1-0 score right now.
I gave 96 a warning, so okay. I mean, anything.
Hearing a little bit more from the officials. But yeah, I mean, Koskinas could easily have a hat trick in this game. He is playing lights out right now.
I get a thing of fruit and I got some snacks in the car.
And if you remember what I said about how Koskinas plays, I'm starting to wonder if frustration is seeping in. I mean, he's not happy that he's not getting the results he wanted, but he's still making great plays. I mean, it's not affecting his play all that much, but he's that kind of player where he wants to score every single time when he gets that opportunity.
Dude, Jackie's had it marinated all morning.
Cheesesteak, egg rolls.
There you see Joey Corcoran getting ready to start the third period. Like you said, not looking like a Tier 3 netminder at all. He's made some killer saves, including that toe save on Koskinas, and then immediately afterward pulling the ball off the goal line. He's had a couple scrambles, like you said, a couple multi-save sequences. So doing great work for the Del Val Kingsmen in relief of the injured Joe Peer.
Okay, guys, here we go.
Third period underway. Drew Mervin taking the draw against Brandon Herman.
No, he's good.
And the Demons win it. Player goes down. Eppright has it on his stick. Dobson defending against Eppright. Eppright goes down. He kept his stick that time, though. They hold the zone. Almost an opportunity for the Kingsmen. Now they have a chance. Just going to send that one in on Zach and settle for the face-off.
And now it's going to be down to the Kingsman offense to try to reward Corcoran for his hard work. But again, this has just been a season where they just had luck not going their way. They got the skill, they got the setup, but for some reason the stars just don't align.
There's another shot and a save, and they score! So much for that. They connect in a big way, and it is tied 1-1.
81.
And just as I say that the stars were not aligning, you can make a constellation of this as they put in the rebound and a big one for the number 81, Mark O'Donnell. That's his first goal.
Helper's going to Phil Ronaldo and Brendan Herman.
+1 now.
But man, does that really shine a light on Corcoran's play and those chances that the Demons have had earlier in this game that didn't go. Kingsman with a huge opportunity. Now nice passing play. A good save by Zach. Player gets upended, and they will call it.
I got it.
I think it's going against Kyle Snyder. He was the one that made contact.
Number 18.
See, after the shot, they both head to the corner.
Logan,
Now look where the contact is. Actually, he kind of swept him with the leg, so that's a trip.
Or straps.
It is indeed. Huge reversal of fortune here early in the third period.
And they'll have a strap and everything right with it. Yep. If you want me to, I'll get you one for a pro shop when next time I'm there.
Discussing the equipment, making sure that it's all above board. Here we are, early stages of the third period, and a power play for the Kingsmen. This is a huge opportunity. Right-hand side takes the shot, gets all the way through. Another one for the point. This one doesn't, gets blocked. Kyle Snyder sitting for 1 minute on that trip. 30 seconds gone. Had one decent look, and they've maintained possession the whole time. Tries a little bit of a cycle play. Good ball and player movement, but just no pulling the trigger. That takes it out. Couple seconds left here. 10 seconds, in fact. And no chances generated. Instead, Mervin almost got away on a break. Now they're inside. The penalty's over. Shot off the end wall. Another shot, missing the net once again. And another miss. Back and forth across, but nothing coming to Zach. Kingsmen still have the opportunity to use that power play to build some momentum. Jeff Lochner gets it in deep. Sent across for Hughes, but it's out of his reach. 7:40 left to go, third period. It's a 1-1 game. Cole at that right circle. He takes a shot that gets blocked. Official commenting how it sounds like that one might have hurt. Keane in pursuit.
Nice play.
Causes the turnover.
Is that your butt end?
That one comes to the point, and now here come the Kingsmen. Partial break. Hughes
Man, back in the day, his
stops
dad
up.
used an airflow.
There's a shot. That's a save by Zach. Cole wasn't paying attention and almost had that one stripped from him. Matt Cole sends that one over for Hussinger.
Oh.
And Corcoran just easily covers that bouncing ball.
And I don't think that the Kingsmen will be allowed to change because that was from behind the center line. Unless, yeah, it was at center, so they will be allowed to change. So that's good news for them. But there's been a big push by the Kingsmen, and it looks like the tide has turned.
Hey, goalie, good. All right, here we go.
Definitely building some momentum off that power play. Matt Cole almost gave that one away again.
Ooh.
Gets that one on. Now that one bouncing in another post. Another post. Huge. That one out of reach of Snyder. Manuel has it instead. Koskinis. He's got Manuel at the point, now cutting inside. that high slot. He picks it up, and it just rolls off of his stick. Kingsman shot. Goes wide. 6:15 here, third period. Nice move by Snyder. He's got two at his tail. Splits the D!
That's it.
And Corcoran with a phenomenal save.
Think so?
Let's take a look at that previous sequence. Let's see, that hit the post somewhere. Where's that shot at? It came off the rebound and pings off the right post. A good chance from Frank Lang.
Excellent opportunity, but it stays out. And then right there, you had Snyder's running through 4 players, but he can't get it past Corcoran. As another icing will bring this one all the way back down. Mark O'Donnell, the goal scorer, could not get to it in time. With 6:02 remaining here in a tied 1-1 third period.
You know what? Maybe you should change like your dad did and have an airflow.
As long as the Kingsmen stay aggressive, keep their foot on the throttle, they just need that one more push to get that lead in their favor. And I do feel like that they've really changed up their game plan and have taken advantage of the third period.
Another counterattack by the Demons. Shot from way outside by Keene. And gets covered by Corcoran.
And again, with how Corcoran has been performing, yeah, I wonder if the Kingsmen, I mean, like I said, he's played like a tier 2 goaltender, so he may be coming up here in his future. We'll see next year.
Back to the point. Demons back on the attack, but they can't control it. That one gets sent down. And no icing there either. On the forecheck of the Kingsmen. Sliding, trying to just get in front of that ball. Couldn't do it. And instead, it gets iced.
Thank you.
Yeah, these last 5 minutes are going to be very crucial.
And ladies.
This is where momentum is going to become key. They got to keep possession going. They had to keep attacking the net. As long as you stay aggressive, you're going to have the best chance of taking the lead and potentially the go-ahead.
It's a falling shot. And it is going to be a call. As Herman got taken down. So they got some bonus time. Battling for it. Loose! And eventually the Demons get a touch.
96 hat right there.
Let's see who this is going against. It's going against the Demons.
Over there.
Let's see who it was. Look near the slide. This came off the draw.
22. Great.
And yeah, here it comes. Yep, it's Alex Hunsicker with the trip. And that'll give the Kingsmen a critical power play.
Halfway through the third period. If they can capitalize on this, it's going to be monstrous. And all of those missed opportunities that the Demons have had throughout this game, that's really going to shine. But you got to get into the zone first, and they do. Cuts to the middle. Takes a shot, blocked. Get back to it as Hughes. Sends it down into the corner. More physicality in front of the net. If I were the Demons, I got to be careful about that. Because the officials are not shy about calling things this game. Still handling it. A little bit more desperation and urgency in this power play than the last one. Runs that one up this near side. Tries to get it in front and can't connect.
That's it, boys.
10 seconds left to go with the man advantage. Don't want to create that short-handed opportunity, but now they will. Takes the shot and it goes wide. And it sounds like instead there's going to be a penalty in the other direction, and there is. It's an interference call, and that hurts.
That was interesting because that was an entanglement near the corner. Let's see where.
96.
Yeah, I want to see who made. Yeah, I'm going to see who made initial contact here. Yeah, they're calling it against the Kingsmen.
Here we go. Stay still, stick down.
I think they're saying the offensive player, the Demons player, had the right to the ice in front of him. And so, even though Tomlin was holding his position, he prevented that scoring opportunity, and that is interference. Slow to get back up. Oh, and all of a sudden, very quick. Playing possum a little bit, maybe. Shot from outside and way out top of crease. Great save by Corcoran.
And again, it was that fire of Koskinas. You see how he gets up from that, and now he tries to look for slot. He almost finds some space behind Corcoran, but he would have to rely on a bounce going his way. But Corcoran has been doing a great job with rebound control.
And great vision there. He saw it the whole way. One forward on the draw.
It's out!
Good idea. They're going to have to regroup. This one coming all the way back. 3:30 left to go. Third period of a 1-1 game. Down into the corner. Kingsmen are the first ones on it, so they'll reverse. Now in front. Koskinas sends it across to Cole. That one bouncing. Now gloves it down. Shot, score!
Put the ball down.
Kenny Keene!
He put it down, but he didn't do anything wrong. All he did was take the ball, hit it down, went over there. That's it.
There's a dispute. It's because the Kingsmen are saying that it went off a hand, but let's take a look.
That's the right call.
So watch the number 19. He knocks it down. Does he get it with a stick? Yes, he does. That's a good goal.
Absolutely. No question about it. No question about it. Kenny Keene gloves it down, passing to himself. He's got Corcoran laid out and just elevates so often in those situations. That's the key, is you got to be able to get that ball up. He does. Second power play goal of the game, and the Demons are on top 2-1 late here in the third. Behind the net. This one coming around. Picked up by the Demons. Hunsaker. 2:50 left to go here in the third period. Demons on the attack again. Behind the net. Takes a look. Not a lot of pressure from the Kingsmen right now. That one in front again. Another shot, backhander. Gloved and held.
And this was really a case where just, again, a bounce just goes the Demons' way. And Keene made sure to make it a legal play because he knows that he can't slap it into the net with his hand. He knows that. So it was a very smart play by him to slap it to the other side, to the weak side of the crease, and just put it right in. And so now the Kingsmen now under pressure.
With 2.5 to play here in the third period. This one bouncing a little bit. They do get inside, sliding down to his knees. Oh, and holding his face.
We got a high stick.
Oh, they're in pain.
Hey, let me look at you.
So now is this going to be a double minor?
Yeah. 2 minutes.
So yeah, it's a double minor.
Hey, Logan.
Let's listen in.
Yeah, watch. Watch where the stick goes. Oof.
Jason, open the door.
Yeah, that is going to be.
He's a beauty.
So Tomlin's going back for repairs because he's bleeding, and that's going to be a double minor. So this is a monstrous opportunity basically to close out the game with the power play. The Kingsmen need to convert. Special teams has absolutely been the story of this game. Kingsmen gain the zone along the left-hand side. They play catch the umbrella. Takes the shot. That one loose. Dobson had to get her stick freed. It was tangled up a little bit there with Hunsaker.
I got the ball, Pat.
Back to the point. Waiting for traffic. Shot goes wide. Dobson goes down. They can't stop it, and it comes out. They basically got the rest of this game with the main advantage to try to tie it up.
Oh, go!
And that one's stolen with speed.
Offside!
Oh, and Hunsaker was offside.
That was a lucky break for the Kingsmen. That would have been disastrous. But they
I didn't say good.
get another chance, but they really need to convert on this power play, and they have the rest of regulation to get that done.
I said off. Maybe I said good.
127 in the game, 111 on the power play. But the Kingsmen need to gain the zone. And a strong stick there prevents that.
That's in.
Players coming down in a heap. Cole trying to do it by himself. He gets taken down. No call on that play. But a great penalty killing effort by Matt Cole.
Good.
Kingsmen gain the zone. 45 seconds left to go with the extra attacker. Picked up by O'Donnell. He's got the only goal for his team. Shot from outside, misses wide. Still has it. Now bouncing, glove down. 30 seconds left. And it is going to be an empty net here. Final 40 seconds of the game. Final 20 of the power play. 6 on 4. Demons are about to get reinforcements in a second here. O'Donnell back to the point. Playing catch. Takes a shot. Goes wide. They're just not threatening. O'Donnell. Back to the point. Another shot. Misses the net. That's it for the power play. 15 seconds left to go in the game. Still empty net. On the backhand in front. Last opportunity now. Got to get something to the net. And that one goes out of play.
You want it?
If you're the Kingsmen, you got to call your timeout now, and I think that's exactly what they're going to do.
Face off right here.
Great call, because it all comes down to this. In the meantime, major props to the Delco Demons special teams that has been not quite perfect, but really good.
I can't wait to play in Jersey. I started stickering and laughing. And then I'll back it up after the face runs into me. And I just started laughing.
You know what? I can't wait to go to Jersey.
I'm in Jersey. Like every Sunday. I'm there. Oh well. Life goes on, baby.
With
We're like the
6
Renner
seconds
refs.
left. There's not much time for the Kingsmen.
I gotta
They
deal
have
with her
got
tomorrow
to
morning.
get aggressive on their formation. You got to crowd that slot. You got to give as many lanes
Ladies
open
and
as
gentlemen,
possible.
We got 6 seconds.
And you've got to win the faceoff.
6.7. You know, he's good. I want you to take a step. Your stick goes down first. All right, stick down. Boom.
And they win.
Stay up! Stay up!
Sliding.
Oh, they're not going to have time.
Takes the shot. Doesn't get through, and that's going to do it. The Delco Demons win a nail-biter here, 2-1, on the strength of 2 power play goals. And kind of breaking down exactly.
Great job.
But, yeah, they had to get a quick shot, but they had decided to go to the point. But the defense of the Demons had broken that up and just killed off the remainder. That was a situation where you had to get a quick shot on. They didn't have enough time. But in any case, it's just a string of bad luck that continues to bite the Kingsmen. But for the Demons, they now are within striking distance of taking the #1 spot.
Yeah, things are breaking for them pretty well. The Hustle still have one more game against these Kingsmen. We'll get to that shortly. We have an hour break before that game. But as we wrap this one up, I definitely want to give a major shout out to Joey Corcoran and the great work that he did in the net. I don't suppose that he's going to be your MVP for this game, but he had a great performance and got some help from the crossbar of the posts as well. But who is your MVP for this one, Daniel?
Yeah, this is going to be one of these rare occasions where I actually am going to pick someone from the losing side. I have to go with Joey Corcoran. Despite the result of this game, I am impressed with how he has performed. Coming in as an emergency goalie from the Tier 3 division, he has played like a Tier 2 goaltender, and I have been really impressed, and I really do believe that he has a place in Tier 2. and neither of those goals were on him. It was just a good push by the Delco Demons, and it continues to be a string of bad luck for the Kingsmen, like I said. But for his effort, his hard work, I have to go with Joey Corcoran. Very rarely do I do this, but I feel like this is warranted.
Fair enough. Caught me off guard a little bit there, but nonetheless, a great game and a good performance by the Demons and their special teams in particular. 2 power play goals and a perfect penalty kill in a tough test. But that'll do it for us for now. We've got one more matchup coming up 1 hour from now. So it'll be at... Oh, I guess it'll be 15 minutes. Originally scheduled for 2 p.m. I guess we're going to have a 15-minute break. So we will see you guys back at 1:15. So we will take a short break, and then we will be right back at the action.
Yeah, let's go, Pat. You gotta come to Jersey tomorrow, Joey.
Go, bro.
I'll be there all day. Oh no, harassment. RJ, you got another one? Did he get more balls?
Shout out to everyone. This is Brendan Keller. Just want to say,
how's the game gonna go today?
I don't know. I'm a little tired. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
My back hurts a little bit. I think we're gonna come out strong because we're pooping the bed a lot lately.
All right.
The last two. These overtime shootout games. They're not
Are
good.
you doing a shout out to Gus?
Yeah.
Shout out to Gus.
Gus, I'm hoping to get mic'd up and I'm gonna one up yours.
Chris Blair, Daniel Wilson, we are back here, the back end of our triple header. Harrisburg Hustle and the Del Val Kingsmen.
He was fixing his
As you just heard, Brendan Keller, not pleased with his team's performance in their last couple.
Right.
They did drop two.
All right, here we go.
So the Hustle looking to try and close out the day strong. An overtime and a shootout loss to the Heat. If you were with us earlier, you just saw the Kingsmen drop a 2-1 decision to the Delco Demons. So the Demons currently sitting at first place in the division, having overtaken the Hustle. So let's see if Harrisburg can win and reclaim the top spot. That one comes out, so they'll have to walk it back. Jason Albright and Rob Bernier. First 45 seconds gone here. Oh, and a giveaway. Chance for the Kingsmen in front. That one back door. Big save. Oh, and he couldn't get the rebound. Good look. Good opportunity. Chris Bomber trying to clean things up as some pressure here early, showing that the Hustle do have some cracks in their armor. And an aggressive forecheck. Kingsmen have it again. Take that one back to the point, but he wasn't ready for it, and unfortunately that one comes all the way out, so they'll have to come back. They do tag up, though, and another opportunity to get numbers down low. Oh, just a little bit off the mark, and a good stick there by Billy Renier. Hustle getting caught off guard with this Kingsman attack early. Kingsman feeling pretty good right now, and that one given away and right in the slot. Kicks it back to the side. In front, swung at. Kept out.
Stick down.
Still fighting for it, and now they come away with it. Corey Powders. Harrisburg getting caught a little off guard here in the early goings. Send that one behind the net. Try to start a little bit of a cycle and shovel that one towards the goal. Good opportunity.
It's good.
Almost gave it away, and you could hear the frustration from the Kingsman player who couldn't control it. Hustle. Still on it in the zone, and a giveaway. With speed. Hughes couldn't finish. Good defensive work. Stick gets dropped. Still fighting for it. Point shot and glove down. Bryce Erb hangs on.
Yeah, this is a little unusual for the Hustle's liking. Look at Becky Dobson, wide open in the slot. And she turns around, tries to go 5-hole, but that sealed up easily. This is a bit unexpected, but the Kingsmen looking very comfortable early in this period.
Yeah, that could have been real bad.
What happened?
First minute 30 or 2 minutes 39 gone here. And an offensive zone face-off.
No ice, no
Lost
ice,
by the
no
Kingsmen,
ice.
unfortunately. No icing for them as they come back, but definitely jumping out to a good start for them. Haven't been rewarded with a goal yet, but definitely showing that they have an opportunity here.
No
Especially since the Hustle have been dethroned, no longer in the first place position in the division. Their stock did drop somewhat with the power rankings that came out just the other day. And we'll see if the performances today will have them drop even further the next time they're ranked. In the meantime, there's another shot on net and held by Corcoran. And frustration showing for the Hustle.
If you think back to the Heat game from earlier today, it doesn't seem like the Hustle are 100%. They've been playing pretty conservative to their liking pretty much all day.
No, it's a great point. It does make you wonder. I was questioning fatigue, but it could be injuries building up, or occasionally when you get a team that's that good, they don't always respect their opponents as much as they should. But either way, I agree. They don't look like themselves. Matty Cook on it now, and we'll see if he can restore that image. Flips that one forward. Battling through it is Rainier. Up the left-hand side. People battling in front of Corcoran. Beats the D. Comes in across! Great opportunity. Huge save by Herb. The Kingsmen are coming on. That one was DJ Snyder with a good opportunity, centering that one in front. And Dobson poked that one away, but it ends up and onto the bench.
You should be scared.
Well, none of us had expected that the Kingsmen were going to come out swinging, as they came in driving to an open runner on the slot, but that tip in just could not get through.
Good opportunity, and they continue to come. That one was swung at, but Kingsman continuing to pursue. Gets that one to the slot, takes the shot and glove down by Herb. Very, very calm.
Bryce, you all right?
Well, Bryce Herb has been pretty much the man of the team. He's been the one to help the Hustle. He's been trying everything he can. I mean, he is still one of the best goaltenders, but it seems that teams have figured out what they have to do. Look out!
Huge opportunity. Corcoran coming way out to poke that one. That was Corey Powders with a chance. Really their first chance of the game here. We're halfway through the first. Kingsman continuing to attack. Dobson gains the zone. Takes a look. Centers. Dead one just in between the legs. They pick it up anyway. There's another shot. Another save. Mark O'Donnell pressuring. Dobson tries to force the turnover.
What's up?
Hustle getting hemmed into their own end. They do get the clear. The Kingsmen tag up, but they lose it at the red line. And they give it away again. This one's sent back down, settled now by Sienna. And that one also out of play. Also looking out of sorts a little bit here.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Becky Dobson has been in the play quite a lot compared to their previous game. Dobson is a former silver medalist for the USA ball hockey team when they played in the 2019 World Ball Hockey Championships.
That's good.
And the Kingsmen definitely showing that they have, like you said, they have the skill, they have the talent. They've just historically had issues finishing as they wrestled the Demons to that 2-1 loss earlier today.
Ooh.
A little bit of an exchange, give and go, opportunity. Back to the point, takes a shot. That one doesn't get through to Corcoran. That one aimed for Hughes. Hughes has it, creates some space. He's got one in pursuit. Trying to center. Herb goes down and knocks that one away with the dive. Now the Hustle coming in again. Possible 2-on-1. There's the shot. Corcoran save. Rebound. Cleared out by the defense. And they score!
88, 81, 23. Got that?
They got Corcoran down and out. That rebound came all the way to the point, and he got entangled up with his own teammate. He just had no time to get back into the net. Very unfortunate.
Oh, yeah. We just saw it there. Frank Pizik, but Corcoran just got stuck. That was tough. A player on top of him, teammate on top of him the entire time. That is unfortunate. Kingsman trying to come in on the attack. 3:15 left to go here in the first period. Back down behind the net. Kingsman whip that around. Battle for it at their own blue line. Hustle have it now. Switching back is Larry Boone. And he gives it away. Steve Starks makes a pass. Try to get it in deep there behind the net. Set that one on the goal line right in front. One-timer chance! Swung at by Herb. Rebound is left out. Still battling for it.
That's good.
Kingsman still trying to keep it in. That one off the end wall. Bouncing around and held. Tomlin couldn't get a stick on it.
Yeah, the Kingsmen doing a good job trying to get a response. But again, it's been this puzzle of Bryce Herb. I mean, they've had Herb make one of his riskiest moves by diving out with the poke check earlier. We'll see if they can have Herb try to commit to some more moves like that.
Yeah, that's definitely what they need to do because he just covers so much of the net so well. That one just rolling off a stick. Hustle try to clear that one out, and they do. 2:15 left to go in the first period. They lead 1-0. Corcoran way out at the top of his crease makes that stop.
And once again, Corcoran has continued to be a great goaltender. Again, that goal was not his fault. He just got himself in a bad situation, being entangled with his own teammate. I'm sure that he would have been able to come back and make that save.
No ice! No ice!
That one comes all the way back down.
Like one.
Herb comes out of his net. Kingsman try to press on it. They're double teaming their man. Rolls that one right into the slot, and it just rolled off his stick. Good opportunity. Now back the other way. Corcoran way out of the top of his crease. Makes a nice save and no rebound.
Again, despite the score, Corcoran doing whatever he can to keep his team within striking distance. He just has to rely on his offense to try to create those rebounds, try to draw Bryce Herb around. Again, we have seen that to be the key to that puzzle.
Draw one by the Hustle. One shot on net and then immediately kicked right back out. O'Donnell in pursuit on the forecheck. Hustle work it out. Chris Bomber comes in, the captain, and Corcoran covers that one up again. No rebound.
I can't imagine that the Hustle would be satisfied with the result of this meetup if they came out with 2 overtime losses pending the result of this game. But as you said earlier, it can't be good for their power rankings. They've already lost 6 spots from this recent power ranking.
They lead now late in the first, but the Kingsmen continue to look dangerous. Now they've got it again. Running this one up the middle, send that to the left-hand side for Dobson. But it just out of her reach, and it's going to go for icing at 1:11 here of the first. So all the way back down to their end, and the Hustle will get an offensive zone face-off.
And again, Pysyk with his 3rd goal of the season, sitting on that near post, and he'll get his 4th point of the season. And again, just a win in general, it will put the Hustle back on top in the standings.
Bounce that one off the left-hand boards. In feet, can't control it. A lot of quick movement. Just a little bit of a scramble there. Eventually the ball finds its way to Corcoran, who covers up.
And the other scenarios, and if they manage to go overtime again, and another overtime loss would put them in a tie for points with the Demons. However, the Demons would hold on to first place because they have more wins. So the Hustle need to get a win today.
That's definitely how they'd like to end their day, that's for sure. And there's another shot from a severe angle. Going wide, pressing up against that one. Two bodies battling for it. Eventually the Hustle come away with it. That one's back up for Boone. Big shot. Waved at by Corcoran. Behind the net, now driving this one towards. Couldn't get through. Now coming back in. Hustle still have it. This is a long possession here to close out the period. That one just rolling up. Sent back in by Cook. Behind the net. Rico tries to get it out and can't.
5.
Final 5 seconds tick away here. Hughes is just going to send that one. And that'll do it for the first period. Not the first period we expected. Maybe a scoreline that we did. 1-0 Harrisburg after 1. But a good-looking Kingsman opportunity,
period
at least in that first half.
Yeah, the Hustle had a very slow start, and again, it when you take into consideration their 2 earlier games, it just makes you wonder if they're just not at 100% as far as their roster has been going.
Ruben's new nickname is AK.
In the end, they did get the goal, but they just need to hold on to it now, as they've had quite a bit of trouble holding on to leads today.
Great job, sir. Yeah, it's honored.
Yeah, this
Hey, look,
is
everybody wants to kiss my booty.
I don't think that's what it is.
more chatter from the officials. Yeah, I think the Kingsmen did a good thing jumping out early and catching the Hustle on their heels, but unfortunately not being able to convert, I think, might come back to bite them. I expect to see a more polished Hustle in this second period.
You're gonna sleep good tonight.
If they come out the same way that they did in the first, though, I think Del Val definitely has the ability to get back into this game.
And it's been the same story throughout the season for the Kingsmen. I mean, I know we're beating a dead horse, but it's
No, you don't lose your mind.
the Kings. What did I say, horsemen? I say. I am so mesmerized by that logo. I just came up with a new name for them. But anyway, yeah, the Kingsmen. They just have trouble finishing it. It's just been the same story the whole season. They're trying to look to change that story.
Draw won by the Hustle, but immediately given away. Opportunity now. They can do something with that space. That one knocked off of Hughes' stick. He just gets it in deep. Jeff Lochner's there. And Rico holds the line. That one rebound! Big crash there. A good opportunity. Sent that one up the gut. And a great stick by Rico to dispossess. A lot of neutral zone right now. Kingsmen get it in, but can't make anything of it. Hustle. And that one just rolling off of his stick. Rico, with speed, sends that one up. He didn't have the red line, though, unfortunately. Even though his man gets there first, it's going to come all the way back.
Let's take a look at the opportunity in front. You see that the number 3, Eric Impriano, getting entangled and had his feet taken out from under him, but they didn't see anything wrong with that. But that would have been a great opportunity to put a tip in, as they should, on Bryce Erb.
Hughes set to take this defensive zone face-off. 54 seconds done here in the second period. Hustle lead 1-0. They flip that one up. Can't beat out the icing. Those home run passes just not connecting.
And you can see the look on his face, and yeah, he knows that he should not be taking an icing, especially when he's having to run all the way across the rink and it's just wasting energy. The Kingsmen have got to just take a step back and just plan things out. They know that they got the talent and the skill to get around the Hustle.
Well, they showed as much in the first period. They just weren't rewarded for it. Larry Boone has it behind his net. Sends that one ahead to the half walls and in. Chips behind the D. Had a 2-on-1 opportunity, opted for the shot. Fought off by Corcoran. Now behind the net. Kingsmen have it instead. And no icing on this one. Tried to get that one in towards Erb, but blocked. A long lead pass for the Hustle now. Stops up right at the top. There's a shot, Corcoran. The save and jumps on the rebound.
Once again, Corcoran continuing to just stand up for his team. And again, if you've not been with us in the previous game, he's in as an emergency goalie because Joe Pierre is out with an injury. But despite coming from Tier 3, he has played up to the level of the Tier 2 division. And so, yeah, who knows where he goes from here?
Absolutely. Even doing so much just to earn the MVP of that last game, in spite of the losing effort against the Delco Demons. He just really did a lot to keep that team in it. Here he is now, a short 20 minutes after the end of that game, playing another top team in the division. Kingsman trying to work it out. Just can't get any space in the middle of the rink to generate scoring opportunities. And the Hustle come back in. There's a shot and a save. Rebound pushed aside by Corcoran. Sticks come together. That ball goes up. Kingsman on it first, but still battling along the walls. There's a bit of a shove. And there's another shove in the other way. Rainier. Officials letting it go, but the physicality is definitely starting to pick up a little bit here as Corcoran comes out and covers that one.
You see the physicality of Robin Rainier, who's normally the backup goalie for the Hustle. But he's okay with just playing on the floor because he knows that Bryce Erb has got things under control. But again, Corcoran, I don't want to compare him to Bryce Erb. I don't think he's at that level, but he has really been skilled today in Tier 2.
Banks that one off the high wall. Still coming in on the attack. Now giveaway. There's a quick shot and a save by Erb. No rebound.
And that'll definitely be a step in the right direction for the Kingsmen. As they just take a simple shot from the left circle. Again, not a lot of those get through Bryce Erb. So that's why you need to draw up a skilled play to make him draw out of the crease.
Yeah, he's going to make that first stop almost every time. Here come the Hustle. 6:45 to go in the second. Battling for it, trying to get it out. Kingsmen do manage to get it and have a little bit of space in the neutral zone, but closing the gap behind his Powders. And he does cause the turnover. Sends that one in feet, but couldn't get it through, and now O'Donnell has it. But he gave it away. Coming back in, Corcoran couldn't cover it. O'Donnell kicks that one back to his partner. Rico with a stick out there. Coming all the way back around. And on the attack is Dobson. Dobson's on it behind the net. Tries to get that one in front! Great opportunity, didn't connect. And now in the other direction. They pull up. Send that one down. Under 6 minutes now in the second. Harrisburg leads 1-0. They need a win to take back the top spot in the division.
Good.
Still battling for it. Very tenacious on the back check. Tried to split the D. Couldn't get through. Gets the shot away anyway, and Corcoran with the save. Walks that one into the slot. Back door. Couldn't hit Rainier. Rainier's got it. He looks at his options and just sends it back down for the cycle. Oh, just rolled off his stick. Rico wants to get to it. He comes together with Balmer. Try to send that one down, and that's just going to be another icing for the Kingsmen.
Corcoran coming out of his crease again, as we've mentioned, taking up all the shooting lanes and goes down on the blocker to steer that one away. As we take a look at the hustle, just trying to seal this one up halfway through the second.
Tried to send that one forward, but couldn't connect. Dobson gloves it down. Possible 3-on-1. Sends it across. Dobson sliding. It's loose in front. Oh, it just missed. I'm not sure if Herb got a piece of that one, but the Kingsmen are coming on. Digging for it. Another opportunity. Stays out. Dobson relentless on the back check. They get it back. Herman can't control it. Sent in deep. And it will be icing at 4:41. So the Kingsmen with the offensive zone draw now.
Keep an eye on the slot and watch how everyone got physical here. Becky Dobson, I don't think that would have been a goal anyway because of potential goaltender interference. But anyway, I like how Dobson is starting to get physical in the slots. And,
I can say whatever I want on the mic.
And again, that one push, that might have gotten through.
Hey, goalie,
well, that's the deal. Crash the net. Get those backdoor opportunities. Do everything you can. Throw everything at him. Now in pursuit behind the net. And that one covered by Herb.
And perhaps that's what the Kingsmen need. They need to get more physical. And ironically, this has been something that's been absent in this Philly division. We haven't seen a whole lot of it today.
The ball blends right with.
Sounds like the Harrisburg bench is pretty comfortable and confident right now, halfway through this game. They are up only 1-0, but they have been a confident team for a while now. That one, nope, just barely couldn't hold the zone. There you hear the officials making sure the Kingsmen know that they need to come back and tag up, and they do. And now taken, gain the zone, get it in deep. Sent across, nobody's home. Lochner wasn't there yet. Now give away at the point. There's a shot. Rebound! Oh, what a bounce that took, and Herb gloves that one out of the air.
Yeah, let's see if that got Herb's stick or if that got a defenseman. There's the shot. Yeah, it hit a stick on the way, and Herb had to react quickly to that one.
Good job handling that deflection. There's another shot that goes wide and just out of Hughes' reach. Hustle come back in, slow up at the line. Now they gain the zone. 3:45 left to go, second period. There's a shot, the big pad save. Corcoran. Menier coming across and diving and held. Again by Corcoran.
It's a heck of a sequence there, brother.
Yeah, I thought that got gloved. Let's see where that one hit. Because he really stretched out for that save. Yeah, that got the glove.
It's a great save.
And then following that up, fights through the screen and slides across to seal up the 5-hole.
Kingsman won the draw. Come in with speed. They've got the back door. And they couldn't connect on the one-timer.
No, up easy, gentlemen, up easy, up easy.
Great opportunity. Now Hustle back in again. That one just off a stick. Bouncing down into the corner. Taking a look. Keller trying to make some space for himself. Drives in, tries the slam dunk move. Couldn't go. Still on it. Sends that one right into the middle. No one there. He'd give it away. They gain the line. Big shot from outside. Saved by Herb. Keller dishes that one across. Late goings here in the second period. Hustle still trying to build on their lead. They're only up 1-0. They've got Bomber on the back door, but that wouldn't connect. That one goes all the way down, but into Herb, so he'll cover.
Actually, it's just a stoppage when his glove comes off.
Bryce Herb with the big save on his end.
It's just a stoppage.
It's been the same thing. They're crashing the net and almost had a connection there. So the the Kingsman's trying to draw up something different, and that was Steve Starks that almost connected the far post.
Face-off won by the Hustle, but immediately in tight forechecking pursuit are the Kingsmen. Well, that's the problem with those strong forechecks. When you overcommit and you don't connect, that leaves a lot of room. Oh, and a really unforced error there gives that one over to Starks. But 3 Hustle players back. There's nothing really to do. Send that one off the end board and just let Herb cover it.
What'd you do? Take your glove off?
Yeah, you can tell that the Kingsmen are having a push. They're generating chances. And their strategy has been crash the net. And really, it's the best way of doing it, because I've mentioned before that it seems that the only way to get around Bryce Herb is to generate rebounds. They've been getting them, but again, the finish just hasn't been there as it's been all season.
2 minutes to go here, second period. Harrisburg Hustle up 1-0. They need a win if they want to end the day back in first place, because the Demons have temporarily taken that spot from them as they dropped an overtime game and a shootout game to the Heat. Nice little pass between the legs, but gloved out of the air by Corcoran on that one.
Yeah, Corcoran has done a great job reading plays. There was a play earlier which took away a pass lane to an open man, but there's another one. There's the umbrella move, and right there he reads the play and sees that the number 19, Corey Powders, is right there for the one-timer.
Now down to 100 seconds left in the second period. Dobson with speed tries to get to it. That one just rolling and poked at. There's a lot of jump in this Kingsman team, but a couple passes just aren't stringing together. They are getting through to Herb, but they're not connecting on those rebounds. Like you said, is kind of what they need. On the right-hand side, stopped up at the blue line again. And fed back into Hustle hands. That one sent over the glass and out of play.
Hold on, let me go get it.
As far as the
No,
Kingsman's
I'm at the net. I gotta clean it up.
strategy, I don't see much that needs adjusting. It's just all what we've been saying, that finish. If they can just get there at the right time, they can set up quickly, they can make those finishes.
They've got the foot speed for it, but they're just having a hard time connecting passes. And now here come the Hustle again. 3-on-1. Scores! Corey Powders converts and gives his team the 2-goal lead.
That was on a 2-on-1, and Powders decides to take it himself. And if you're Corcoran, you're watching and you're relying on your defenseman to take that pass lane, but Corey Powders takes the shot himself, and that was just a sniper shot. Not much you can do about that.
He saw daylight and he took it, gave his team a 2-goal lead here with less than a minute to go in the second period. Now lost in feet, poked at, didn't get through to Herb. Stopped at the blue line, walking into the slot, takes the shot, save, rebound. Keller's there first. Gave it away along the wall. Backhand chips a bouncer. Kingsman trying to answer here late in the second. Stopped by Hughes, but he gave it away. And this one will go. No icing as it found its way to Corcoran.
Over there. That would have been my fault. Yep.
And I look at the Kingsmen, I mean, and we've said it over and over again. They have the talent, they have the skill, but there's only one word that can only describe the situation they're in.
Hey,
Snake bitten.
29.
That's exactly what I was thinking. When the draw, Keller, shot, save. No rebound.
Thank you.
Now that being said, again, the main star for them has been Corcoran, and he's not even on their main roster.
Yeah, that's not a good look. They try to survive this period, and
Uh-oh.
there goes in another one.
That one hit something on the way, I think.
33-81.
That one snuck through the 5-hole.
That one
Let's
you
see
got.
where that. And, oh, that was just a bad bounce. It went off the post.
Shut it.
Tough break here to end the period. Now 3-0 to score. Last few seconds trickle away here. Kingsman with maybe one chance if they can get it, they hurry. If they can hurry. And they could control it down in the corner. That's going to do it. 2 periods in the books. And the Hustle currently up on this one, 3-0.
I mean, I don't know what else I can say. I've already said what it is about the Kingsmen.
Bye.
And
See you later. Did you give him a hug?
again, this is just
Bye-bye.
one of those things where there's not much Corcoran can do. And the last one was, again, bad luck hitting the post and in off a rolling ball, by the way. So that makes the Hustle more comfortable with where they're at. And considering the day that they've had, I mean, they'll be happy to take this, but I can't say the same about how they feel about the meeting overall. I would think that they were expecting to really expand that lead, but it hasn't gone that way today. But if they hold on for another 10 minutes, they'll get that #1 spot right back.
Yeah, those 2 goals late in the period definitely helped the Hustle and really hurt the Kingsmen. Even coming into the third being down 2-0, that'd be one thing. But that last one in under the final minute is backbreaking.
That was a laser. 33 was a laser. It's a laser. Is that your door?
And if you're the Kingsmen,
So excited.
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be changing anything. I like how they're playing. But
RJ.
it just nothing just goes their way. It's
4 of them. They're all grown now.
They probably have the worst luck of
Hey,
anyone in the league.
A little bit.
And you really are going to struggle when you can't string passes together because they've gotten these looks and opportunities and players open on the back door and opportunities, odd man rushes, but they just can't connect on those one-timers in any meaningful way. So we start the final 10 minutes here in the last of our triple header this afternoon in Philadelphia. And Larry Boone has it behind his own net.
It's okay. Green hand, no ice. Good.
They try to work it out, no icing, picked up by the Kingsmen in their end. Gain the zone, takes the shot, blocked. Gets back to it again, takes another shot, misses the net. They're on it first. No call on that play. DJ Sater trying to make something. And into Herb and covered up.
Yeah, I was watching to see if they were going to call something because the Kingsmen really need something. But there's a turnaround shot, and Herb just flashes that glove as he continues to show that he's among the best goalies of the league. It hasn't seemed that way today. I think he's just had an off day.
There's another shot, missed the net. Picked up by the Hustle on this side. Gives that one away into the slot. Poked at by Sater. And Herb hangs on to that one.
And that's exactly what the Kingsmen need to do in order to start coming back in this game. They've been getting those deflection opportunities, but it's been about finishing those connections.
And another chance. Right off the face-off. They can't buy a goal as this one comes in clean, but gets in behind his man. With speed along the right-hand side. Sater lost it to Boone. Stays on him, but Boone still has it. And sends that one around. Picked up by Renier. Hustle. Worked into their own end a little bit, and the aggressive forecheck causes the turnover. Walks in, takes the shot, rebound. That one just going to the outside. no opportunity to make anything of it. Still with it. Gets it in deep.
Now play.
And they go off for the change behind the play. 3-0 Hustle in charge of this one. They survived an early push from the Kingsmen. And when all else broke down, they relied on Bryce Erb as they usually do. There's another save and a big rebound, but they couldn't connect. Here comes Keller. Keller splits in. That one goes wide. Corcoran doesn't have to do anything about it. Bill has it. Sent across in front, and Corcoran shuts the door once more.
Let's take a look at Dobson's shot at the net. All the way from the left boards. And his slap shot just goes right towards the left arm of Bryce Erb. And again, he is pretty strong at taking those simple shots from the boards and at the point.
That one does go for icing. And it'll come back down for the offensive zone faceoff for Harrisburg.
Now you gotta wonder, after this weekend, we've already mentioned about the power rankings. I mean, how is everyone across the league going to perceive them after having 2 losses in overtime to the Heat?
Well, they're definitely making a statement in this game. Still sitting up 3-0 over the Kingsmen.
No ice, good, no ice.
That one comes down, no icing this time. In feet, give away. Herman tried to do the wraparound. Now kicks it out to the slot, and a swing and a miss. Again, not being able to connect on these passes is really hurting the Kingsmen. There's a shot that misses the net. And immediately, forecheckers come collapsing in on it. Harrisburg gets it out. Keller sends that one ahead. Rainier tries to get that one towards the net. None doing.
No ice.
They look to get it out. No icing on that one, so Jason Albright sends it ahead.
Good.
Big shot from the red line, and it gets through Corcoran.
30.
That is a backbreaker.
And it's going to go to Rainier for his second of the game, and I know Corcoran would love to have this one back. And that caught his glove and not enough of it.
33-23.
You can see the frustration right there as he just slumps down. And that has just kind of been the Kingsmen's season. Put in a lot of effort, put in a lot of good work, and just don't get rewarded and don't get the bounces. And here they come again, 2-on-1. There's a shot, comes all the way out. Corcoran makes the initial save, and they can't do anything with the rebound.
Watch that stick.
Gets it in deep. That one took a weird bounce, and Corcoran had to hunker down.
Good, good, no
Eventually
ice.
they do manage to get it out. No icing on this one. Chased back by Boone, who gets to it first. Up on the right-hand side now for Cook. Goes in for Corcoran, who's not going to cover that one. Definitely you can feel the game slowing down a little bit as this one is beginning to feel out of reach for Del Val. Takes a shot and misses the net. Rebound can't come through and covered up by Erb.
Good work.
After this game,
Thank you.
yeah, think about what the Kingsmen are going to be talking about after this game. I mean, again, it comes down to what do they need to do to just finish it. I mean, I do believe they have it in them. And it'll really come down to what will happen come playoff time.
There's another bounce that wouldn't go their way. Chasing after this one. Tried to glove it down with Boone, but he couldn't.
It's good. It's good.
And they joust for it. Come together in the corner. Still loose. Rainier gets to it first. Boone trying to shake the defender, Tomlin. Sounds like Steve is playing hurt right now, but he's still out there. Back to the point, D to D. Down into the corner, but not controlled. That one kicks out in front. Corcoran had to react. Giving away to Keller. Keller's got a lane. Took the shot and just missed the net. Keller's still on it. Still got legs in spite of having played 2 games already. Another shot coming back around. There's Renier. Back for Boone. Boone drops that one down into the corner. Curls up at the circle. Tanksley. There's another shot diving across the crease is Corcoran. Not sure if he got any of that, but nonetheless it stays out. Boone gave it away. Big shot, and Boone blocked that one. He's hurting. On the other side of play, stays out. That one intercepted. 2-on-1. Shot, and they missed the net. You've got to hit the net on those opportunities if you're going to take the shot. Sticks coming together. Sater sends that one back to the point. There's a blast, comes off the boards, and Herb was ready for it and covers.
Let's take a look at the save by Corcoran. Again, he's trying. I mean, he's had a good performance today and just dives across, trying to give any sort of light for the Kingsmen to come back, but with only 3:21 remaining, it's looking pretty dim.
Starks lost the draw there. Sticks coming together. They keep the zone. Kingsmen and Herb save, no rebound. And it sounds like there's going to be a penalty.
Hook on Green.
They're calling a hook on the hustle.
Green, you are short.
I think it's going to go against Corey Powders. There you see the call.
Well, if the Kingsmen, if they have any chance of coming back in this game, they need to score a quick one here. They need to take advantage of this power play.
Absolutely. Just about 3 minutes left to go. On the left-hand side, that one rolling is loose. Glove down by Starks. He's forced to back off. There's a shot, save. Couldn't control the rebound. And this one goes all the way down.
Partners on top of his game today.
Kingsman trying to gain the zone. So all crowding that blue line. Rips the shot. Gets blocked, but they do have possession. 2.5 to go off the end wall. Oh, tried the little handoff play. Couldn't connect. And now this one goes back down. Last 10 seconds of the power play. Across, trying to gain the zone, and they can't. Short-handed opportunity for the hustle. Makes a move. Keller, and just couldn't finish. Keller's hands have been slick all day, but he's just not getting rewarded for it. Del Val knows something or two about that. Picked up in front. Weird bouncer on the block. Dobson gets to it again. Picks up her own rebound. Even strength now. Under 2 minutes to play. 4-0 the hustle. Kingsman tried to center, but goes straight to a Harrisburg player. And someone is down. Steve Tomlin came in out of nowhere, made contact with one of the hustle players. He is in some serious discomfort.
And he's holding his right leg. He came rushing in. See where the contact occurred. Now watch the left side of your screen. He ran into Corey Powders.
He just needs a break. You want Jamal to give you mouth to mouth?
So you really knew he
All right.
Looks like good news. He's okay.
All right, outside, guys.
did look like he aggravated that hurt knee. The captain trying to make something happen for his team. Hopefully he didn't make things worse. He is going off under his own power, so that's encouraging.
I stopped the Prestige, sorry. Huh? Yeah, but I stopped it.
Give it up after like one shift this game?
Absolutely. Oh. I'm sorry. Yeah, no zone. There it is. I passed it to you.
Face off won by the Kingsmen. Still looking to get something on the board. Try to crush the net, and quick whistle.
If that was an inadvertent whistle, I heard one of the refs say loose, and then a whistle came immediately after, but they're going to have to face off inside the hustle zone.
She was behind the net anyway.
Stiff.
Minute 21 left to go. Harrisburg lead this one 4-0.
No ice.
No icing. And the empty net.
Good call.
6 on 5 here to finish out this game. Bernie did predict an empty netter, so we'll see if they still get one. But this last minute is going to go, and I think it's going to be pretty uneventful. Maybe we'll get the empty netter, maybe not, but I think this is the Harrisburg Hustle's game redeeming themselves after dropping 2 in overtime to the Heat.
And after coming off of 2 overtime losses,
I think Joey's
they'll definitely take this, and they'll at least hold the lead for another day.
Dobson takes another shot. Herb decides against covering it. Back to the point. Tomlin. Give and go with Mark O'Donnell. That one blocked. And this might be the empty netter. And he goes down. Tanksley falls. They blow it. But you heard the official just let it run out. I think that's pretty much going to do it.
You know, was it from when Steve was laying on the ground?
Yeah, 31 seconds left. This penalty is not really going to matter from this point on.
Yeah.
So the Hustle is going to reclaim the number 1 spot in the Philadelphia division, but there's still a little bit left to go before the playoffs. The Kingsmen, just more questions for them.
And definitely no answers or solutions right now. Final 31.9 seconds are going to tick off here. Cochran's back in the net because of the penalty. Trying to just get something on the board. Fighting shorthanded, and definitely the Hustle aren't trying as hard as they could be right now because they know this one's pretty much in the bag. Running in circles and trying to find something. Gets to the slot, sends it across to the late trailer. They can't connect. And that is going to do it. Harrisburg Hustle reclaim the number 1 spot in the division. 4-2 your final here. And I don't know, there was a period there in that first period when the Kingsmen really looked like they had a chance, but then those 2 quick goals at the end of the second, that was pretty much it. So, Daniel, who do you have joining Rejniak and Cochran as our third star of, or as our MVP of this game?
For this game, I'm going to go with Robin Rainier, who has 2 goals for the game. Again, he is normally the backup goalie, but to see him actually go out and to score some goals is quite refreshing. And in fact, those are his first points for the season out of his games. So this is a big day for him. And for the Hustle, this is kind of mixed results for them. They do still hold on to first place, but probably not the kind of weekend they wanted, coming out with 2 overtime losses. But they get the lead back. That's what matters for them.
Well, hopefully for them it serves as a wake-up call that they need as they head into the tail end of their season, because when you're a team that's that good, it's easy to, like I said, maybe not take your opponents so seriously. And this was a wake-up call for them, dropping 2 to the Heat. So that being said, let's break it down then between Rejniak, Cochran, and Rainier. How do you rank our 3 stars of the show?
For the third star, I'm going to go with Joey Corcoran. I mean, give credit. He gave it his all in that game against the Demons. But I think their luck pretty much ran out when it came to the hustle. But Corcoran coming up from Tier 3 to help out the Kingsmen in Tier 2. I am impressed with how he had performed. Just a shame that he didn't get rewarded for it in the end. Second star, Robin Rainier. Has his first points of the season. He has 2 goals. So that was a pretty good day for him. Though it was against the Kingsmen, who have been having some struggles in their season. So that will leave Jason Rezniak. He has really turned the tables on this division. He gave the Demons a temporary first place, but that didn't last very long, only lasted 1 hour. But Rezniak, with that, he first had the OT winner in their first meetup, and then the shootout winner in our broadcasted game. I mean, this is a clutch player, and they were expected to be behind in this game, but they found a way. They found a way around Bryce Erb, and this can give them confidence going forward, especially when it comes playoff time. So I'm going to go Rezniak as the first star.
I think it's a great breakdown, and that'll do it for the first triple header of the weekend for us here. You definitely want to stay tuned and catch us tomorrow starting at 9 a.m. Eastern, as we're going to be doing our first ever coverage of the women's tier. So very excited to see that. But for everyone else with MVP Productions, everyone at the NBHL, the San Rocco's, Matt Strebick, TJ Janis, Bernie Richards, Lindsay Maycheck, Anjanette Delgado, Joey Delgado, Justin Coet, Daniel Wilson, I've been Chris Blair. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow.